Hello and welcome to the 2021 BK Banda IPQ General Presentation. The IPQ is an opportunity for our students to do a project in a subject area that interests them. The purpose of this project is to develop critical thinking and project management skills that will help them in other studies, university, and maybe even a professional career. Although some of these skills were taught in class, the entirety of the work was done independently by the students, and we are very proud to show their hard work today. Each student will have 10 minutes to present their project, followed by a 5-minute time allotment where we will invite the audience to ask any questions they might have to the presenter about their project. This time is available to anyone to ask questions, including students and parents. So please do not hesitate to participate. Questions may be asked verbally or written directly into the chat box, but please wait until the students are finished presenting. Before we begin, I would also like to mention that these presentations will be recorded and broadcasted live on the Penabor Banda Secondary YouTube channel. Also, please remember to turn off your microphone and camera unless you are presenting or asking a question during the allotted time. Without further ado, I would like to invite our first student presenter, Angie Krishnawan. Please present your screen and turn on your microphone and camera.
Okay, so I will be presenting. Okay, is my screen clear showing?
Looks good.
Okay. So hello everyone, my name is Angie Hillary Krishnawan, and for my APQ, I researched about the color theory of fast food restaurant logos and why is red frequently applied in the market. Because if you haven't noticed yet, a lot of our favorite fast food restaurant logos have the color red on them. And yeah, as you can see from this collection of logos I have over here, and let's find out why that is. So, for introduction, why are logos important for businesses? So many of us may not realize how huge graphic design plays a role on our daily lives. From stickers to billboards, it's often perceived as a blind spot in our society. For businesses, brand image can be delivered through product design, advertising, and plainly their logos themselves, as logos visually deliver the message or style that a brand desires to give to their consumers. As you can see from this logo evolution of McDonald's in the 40s, it's very rustic and giving off very backyard barbecue vibes. And now it's just very simple. And this is heavily affected by society. And yes, so why did I choose this topic? First of all, I will be taking visual communication design for my university major. So this information's really basic, it's color theory, and I will be learning more about it very soon. And I have a huge interest of how logos and graphic design affects us and how they're theoretically constructed. As my original title was The Theory of Graphic Design, which is really, really broad. So this, the final topic that I chose is more specific. And lastly, this will be useful knowledge for business making or other marketing-like or communication purposes. So in the future, when maybe I'm making a logo, I will know which colors to use and why. The aim of my research is to prove the theoretical and psychological reason why red is popularly utilized for fast food restaurant logos. My hypothesis is that red and yellow are the most dominantly used colors for fast food restaurant logos, which is because they stimulate feelings of excitement, passion, and liveliness. This hypothesis was developed after initial research, and I placed the sale sign because, as an example, because whenever we pass by stores and see the sale sign, we'd immediately pay attention to it and get intrigued by it. So there must be a reason to that. And that is because there's this term called warm and cool colors. For the warm colors, that includes red, orange, yellow, and brown. And they build really assertive and dynamic actions, physical too, including rise in respiration rate and blood pressure, which may increase hunger. So here I have some pictures that represent warm colors, which is the McDonald's logo, pictures that represent passion, excitement, and joy, which are very dominant and strong emotions. Meanwhile, for cool colors, it's the opposite effect. They include green, blue, purple, and pink. And these are just some pictures that symbolizes those colors, which is luck, calmness, and the Starbucks logo, which I will be elaborating very soon. So here are some scenarios that have been experimented that I think are the most interesting out of all scenarios I found. First is that Olympics contestants associated with red, for example, wearing red shorts, or they're like known as the red team, are more likely to win rather than blue. And for a real life example, red hues in retail stores can decrease relaxation and increase arousal, which increases impulsivity. So when you're entering a store with a lot of red hues, that will make you want to get the things you need really fast and just leave the store very quickly. So this is the color wheel that separates warm colors with cool colors to give a more visual illustration. And for my indicators, I found data of the top 15 fast food chains in America in 2017. And we can see that 10 out of 15 of these fast food chains have the color red on their logos, which I have marked over here. But I felt like this data wasn't enough to prove my hypothesis. So I actually conducted a survey questionnaire through Google Forms, and I asked, I gave 5 questions, and all of them has like the same question, but different logos. And it says like, if you're craving to eat at a fast food restaurant, which logo will be the most appealing? It's the same design, but just different colors. So I want to see if my hypothesis could be proven correct. Like, here are the 4 other questions that I distributed, and fortunately I reached more than 100 respondents. This is just the data of the general information I got. And here are the quantitative results. And yes, 3 out of 5 of these logos picked are the red ones, followed by 1 yellow logo and 1 question tied between red and brown. So for my conclusion, the hypothesis was proven correct. Especially red and followed by yellow were chosen as fast food restaurant logos, and red increases excitement and also affects us physically, which I have mentioned earlier, which is like the increase of blood pressure and faster heartbeat, which may produce the effect of feeling hungry and increase metabolism as well. And because red decreases relaxation in shopping environments, from the scenario I've also mentioned earlier, and increases impulsivity, this relates to the fast-paced system of fast food restaurants. Because, okay, since I mentioned I will be talking about the Starbucks and the McDonald's logos, when you go to McDonald's, you'd expect yourself to just buy the food, eat, and directly leave. You wouldn't like chill with your friends for like more than an hour in the restaurant, which is the exact opposite of how Starbucks is marketed. Because when you go to Starbucks, you'd imagine, oh, free Wi-Fi, it's very calming, and you want to hang out with your friends there while you drink your coffee. So yes, that is affected by their logo design as well. So it's very interesting information for me because it's new and I never actually thought of it before. And also there are some other factors present. And the first is cultural preferences in color. The example that I've placed in my survey is the Chan's Chinese restaurant logo, because red is like associated a lot with the Chinese culture, because it represents life, fire, blood, and mostly luck from some research that I found. And there's also a huge factor on familiarity on natural color of objects. And in my survey, an example to this is the Krabby Patty logo, which is tied with the red. Also with the doner kebab, because you'd imagine patties to literally be more connected with brown hues rather than red, because that's the natural color of patties. So that is a factor of why people would choose this logo, the brown logo instead of the red. Also for doner kebab, because kebabs are naturally more to yellow hues than red naturally. So yes. Thank you for listening. Here are my references. And are there any questions?
Okay, Angie, you can stop presenting and we'll open up the audience for questions. I actually have a question, Angie.
Yes.
So in your project, you were talking about cultural differences and that how that might influence what colors we are attracted to.
Yeah.
So in your survey, did you only get responses from Indonesians?
Yes, I did.
So is there anything in Indonesian culture that you think might influence people into picking certain colors or finding more different colors appealing?
I don't think so for Indonesians specifically, because my aim was only to prove if red was like the most used color for fast food restaurant logos and why. So I didn't really give context to more cultural preferences, even though it's a factor. I didn't really dig deep into that side, but more to like color theory in general, because it is new information for me as well. And yeah, for cultural preferences, I mostly know about Chinese to red. And yeah.
So maybe since there's a large Chinese Indonesian population, you think it might be similar or still different?
I think it would, because I mean, I also asked my friends when I sent the survey question, and when I asked like, why would you choose the red logo for Chan's Chinese restaurant, and they answered because Chinese is associated with red. I mean, I am like, I know more Chinese Indonesians, like I am surrounded with a lot of them, so I guess that also affected to why they chose the red for the Chinese restaurant logo.
Question is that when I saw your slide, you compared between Starbucks and McDonald's, right?
Yeah.
Again, and you say that the green color in Starbucks is to evoking the senses of calmness.
Yes.
Okay. My question is, so the Starbucks has this green background for the logo, and then the McDonald's has a red background for the logos. How if the ambience is switch? So imagine McDonald's restaurants with Starbucks ambience, and imagine Starbucks with McDonald's ambience. you say that people wants to go to the Starbucks and just to chill, to chat with their friends, and they can spend hours there rather than in McDonald's. So if the ambience is switched regardless of the color of the logo for each restaurant, what do you think? Will it be effective? For as far as I know, they choose green because dollars. They had green colors, and also because they're using coffee. It's just like, what is it? The body shop to symbolize their support to sustainability for farmers and something like that. What do you think?
So for logos, it actually really depends on the context. I mean, like on what products they sell. But for McDonald's specifically, I heard that they're planning to change the color of their logo from red to green because they're more targeting the calmness effect approach, like Starbucks restaurants, because maybe they're planning to market their coffees more and change the ambience. I mean, that's from what I heard, but I didn't actually put a lot of information about that in the paper. But I believe if the ambience would be changed, yet the logo's the same, I bet they would still refer to McDonald's and Starbucks based on their brand image in general, because they will see McDonald's. I mean, we would see McDonald's still as a fast food restaurant, and we wouldn't naturally consider hanging out for a long time with our friends in McDonald's, yet prefer more known, calming restaurants like Starbucks, I believe. So that may be the most suitable answer I can give right now.
All right. One more thing that is quite intriguing is that you say this is related with the university, the major that you will take later on in a university. Suppose after doing this project, I hope you come into a conclusion. If I have a product right now and I want to launch it to the market, what color would you suggest? Say that I want to launch some sort of fast food franchise or something like that. What color would you suggest?
For fast food, I mean, I would suggest it depends on, like, are you going to be selling them in a store specifically, or just maybe like through online selling? Because yeah.
So it's different if I use different platform in selling my products. Should I use red if I selling in Shopee and I use brown if I sell it or in front of Indomaret, for example?
Because back to like Starbucks is also technically a fast food restaurant, because like they sell food that's more like quickly made. So but their ambience is like known to like market on like their free Wi-Fi and their environment to like chill with friends. So maybe for your fast food restaurant, I mean, I would maybe like ask what type of food it is in specific, because again, like the other factors that I've mentioned are cultural preferences and natural color to like the objects. Because maybe if you're like selling bananas, maybe like fried bananas, let's say, and like their color is blue, the logo is blue, that would be a bit weird for viewers to see because it's not its natural color. So I recommend more yellow, orangey tones rather than like blue or green, because it would seem unnatural for consumers to perceive, for example.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Angie, we have a couple more questions in the chat box. If you could answer these questions pretty concisely, maybe with 1 or 2 sentences, because we want to move on to the next presenter.
Okay.
So the first question is from Hansel. He asks, why is red more likely to win in boxing matches rather than blue?
So for the boxing matches, it's because red increases arousal and decreases relaxation, which is demonstrated from the example of these shopping environments. So because of that, since the blue will typically view the red competitor while they're competing, it will increase their heart rate and will make them more anxious and decrease relaxation, and that leads to increasing impulsivity. So that will be why red will more likely win rather than blue. Since blue also gives a calming effect, just like my room, which I also heard that blue is like the best color for bedrooms. So yes.
Okay, and Michelle asks, what advice would you give people who are now facing the IPQ?
I think the first thing I will want to say is just to choose a topic that you can convince yourself to be interested in and to be invested in enough to be able to research a lot about it and get to know like the in-depths about it in order to make a 5,000 word essay and be able to present about it. It's like explaining a hobby or something. So yeah.
All right, and Darren asks, Jayco has dominantly warm hues, but why do people often hang out there for quite a long time?
I would say, other than orange hues, there's also brown, which is also a warm tone that I'm aware of. It's an interesting question though, because I think it depends on the context, because they sell coffee and they're similar to Starbucks, and they market their chilling environment. No, not chilling, more calming environment. So I guess also orange it symbolizes a lot less strong emotions, not as much as red, because red is a very dominant color, which symbolizes a lot of danger-like contexts, because in advertisements you'd see a red used for like avoidance information. Meanwhile, orange is more symbolized to orange and brown is less dominantly symbolized than red. But I'm still figuring out about Jayco in specific, so that's an interesting question. I'll think about it even more after this.
Okay, and Mr. Marcus wants you to explain a little bit about how your methods explain your result as why red is frequently applied in the market?
At first, I only wanted to rely on like the data of the revenues of the top fast food chains. However, I made the survey, which I gave like little to no context of. So color theory is actually is a very natural thing that is very psychological as well. I also wanted to actually research about like the biological effects, like how we are affected by the color red, like which part of the brain is like affected. However, I did not find any credible sources, and hence why I only focused on the theoretical and psychological results. The test is about to find out about what. Well, the why would be from the theory from warm and cool colors, because in my paper, I elaborated more about red demonstrated in a lot of different experiments. It was found that red increases like avoidance behavior and more like impulsive and arousing effects. So I only tested, I mean, from the survey, like I mentioned, color theories are more of a natural reaction that has been researched for a long time. So I guess the survey that the quantitative survey with like 100 respondents is enough to prove that. Yeah. I mean, the presentation didn't present too much information as I did in the paper. So yeah, I guess for the presentation, it didn't really elaborate enough. So I guess for now, that's it.
Okay, I think we'll call that. Oh, actually, Monsieur has something else to say.
I think it's because from some research that I found, pink is associated with feminine, more feminine traits and positivity, which is why in some prison cells they will paint it pink to stress the prisoners, which is like a random research I found. But for the statement, boys will grow up calmer than girls, I guess is pretty relative. But well, blue does relate to calmness a lot. So I mean, I will research more on that later, I guess. But it's an interesting question.
Okay, with that, I think we're going to close the questions for now. So thank you, Angie. You may turn off your camera. And I would like to invite the next presenter, that is Joseph Tasiwa. Could you please turn on your camera and present your screen?
Okay, hold on.
Could you also move your camera down a little bit so we can see your full face? There we go.
So, good afternoon, everybody, teachers and students. Today, I will be presenting about my IPQ topic, which is titled Viral Marketing and the Juxtaposition Between Influencer Endorsements and Online Customer Reviews on Prevailing Consumer Purchase Intention. An introduction. The reason why I chose this topic is due to the fact that I have a personal interest in business studies, and it used to be relevant to my GCSE A levels, and it used to be relevant to the major that I chose before, which is data analysis. And in the real world, I hope that it could actually help marketers increase the efficacy of their modern marketing strategies to increase their consumer purchase intention and sales volume. Theoretical reviews of the variables. So, viral marketing. A sneeze releases 2 million aerosol particles, and those in contact will be transmitted of the disease, prone to disseminate the infection to other people. Digital viruses are able to spread more globally and rapidly than other biological viruses that confide upon the physical proximity of the host. Viral marketing is called viral marketing not because of any biological or digital viruses being implicated in action, but it is rather due to the fact that it adopts rapid word of mouth, through by which each new user becomes a company salesperson, leading to a message being disseminated organically. It could also be defined as peer-to-peer communication of provocative content originating from an identified brand using the internet to persuade or influence an audience to propagate a content to other people. It derives from multi-level marketing whereby consumers diffuse the message involuntarily, as the audience participation is the foundation of the viral marketing. Next, influencer endorsements and online customer reviews. The indifference towards traditional media advertisements have focused marketers to scour upon other message disseminating mediums. These disseminators are often called opinion leaders. Opinion leaders are defined as individuals who exert an unequal amount of force or influence towards the decision of others. And these influencers are defined as independent third parties that shape and direct audience attitudes, behaviors, and opinions through the use of blogs, tweets, and other mediums or social networking platforms. They exploit a plethora of social networking platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube to publicize product information and sponsored promotions. Influencers are considered as consumers by the audience. However, they are said to be like a listener as the consumer themselves, but with more product knowledge and also intimates. And unlike purchasing offline, online transactions are not a face-to-face interaction, ergo increasing the increasing the perceived risk and uncertainty that comes with it. With that risk in mind, consumers tend to search for consumer-generated information that caters a comprehensive review of the goods or services they're interested in. Online consumer reviews are defined as user-generated content and recommendations presented online about a product by customers. The information presented online encompasses the customer's reviews, experiences, evaluations, as well as their opinions towards product or service itself. consumer purchase intention. So the attitude towards an ad and the behavior towards a brand and the purchase intention of a consumer are the fundamental constructs used to predict the adoption of a new product or services from the communications of marketing. Purchase intention is defined as the recipient's assessment of the likelihood that they will purchase the brand in the future. Hence, the greater the consumer purchase intention, the greater the consumer's desire is to purchase the product. There are 4 types of consumer purchase intention, which are transactional interest, explorative interest, preferential interest, and also referential interest. These are the null and alternative hypotheses I've developed for this study. First being influencer endorsements have a positive correlation towards consumer purchase intention of the population in Bandung, West Java as of 2021. Second being online customer reviews have a positive correlation towards consumer purchase intention of the population in Bandung, West Java as of 2021. Hypothesis 2, online customer reviews will give a greater impact towards consumer purchase intention than influencer endorsements. Lastly, viral marketing has a positive correlation towards consumer purchase intention of the population in Bandung, West Java as of 2021. These are the research process. These were my primary research. Step 1 being the synthesizing the questionnaire, which is used for the Google Forms. Step 2, disseminating the Google Forms to the population of Bandung. Step 3 being processing the raw data into statistics. Step 4 being hypothesis testing, and step 5 being evaluating the resources and comparing and contrasting to other studies. Results and discussion of the empirical data. Okay, these are the questions used in my survey, which is based on people's theories and other experienced questionnaires. So, the study was conducted amidst 117 people, both males and females, in the city of Bandung, West Java, Indonesia, as of 2021. Convenient sampling was used to conduct the study, as I did not intend to conduct the research on the basis of sex. Therefore, an equal mix of both genders wasn't accreted. This study conducts its statistical analysis by using the IBM SPSS statistics software to process the raw data into empirical data. So for compressing the data itself, I used the Pearson's correlation coefficient, which was used to measure the strength and the direction of the linear covariance between the 2 independent and dependent variables. Also, regression analysis, which was used to determine the explanation of the impact of an independent variable towards the dependent variable. Also, p-value to measure the probability of obtaining the null hypothesis, or to measure the confidence of the significance of the correlation. Lastly, Cronbach's alpha to measure the internal consistency or the reliability of the survey itself, which could ensure the validity of the experiment. This is the reliability of the survey by which my research obtained 0.84. The range of a valid experiment is around 0.6 until 0.9. Hence, I could say that this experiment is valid. Okay, so the results. Influencer endorsements on consumer purchase intention. As we can see from table 5.1, the p-value is less than 0.01, which is less than 0.05. Hence, the null hypothesis is rejected and the alternative hypothesis is accepted. According to the Pearson's correlation coefficient, the correlation is considered to be moderate, by which its value is 0.310, as the threshold of moderate is 0.26 until 0.5. Therefore, we can conclude that influencer endorsements have a significant relationship towards the consumer purchase intention of the population of Bandung as of 2021. Next is online customer reviews on consumer purchase intention. As we can see from table 5.2, the p-value is 0.04, which is less than 0.05, 0.004, which is less than 0.05, which means that the null hypothesis is rejected and the alternative hypothesis is accepted. And according to the Pearson's correlation coefficient, the correlation is considered to be moderate as the value is 0.271. Therefore, we can conclude that online customer reviews have a significant relationship towards the consumer purchase intention of the population of Bandung, West Java as of 2021. Next is viral marketing on consumer purchase intention. As we can see from table 5.3.1, the p-value is less than 0.001, which means that the null hypothesis is rejected and the alternative hypothesis is accepted. And according to the Pearson's correlation coefficient, the correlation is considered to be strong as the value is 0.618, by which the threshold is about 0.51 until 0.75, which represents strong correlation. Therefore, viral marketing has a significant relationship towards the consumer purchase intention of the population of Bandung in West Java as of 2021. These are the proof of results obtained from the software. Conclusion. This is the summary of hypotheses by which we accepted H1A, H1B, and H3. Hence, we can say that the study's findings have brought managerial implications to various stakeholders, by which it could provide some insights for marketers to formulate and implement these marketing strategies. According to my research, influencer endorsements have a positive correlation towards consumer purchase intention, and online customer reviews have a positive correlation towards consumer purchase intention. Also, VAR marketing has a positive correlation towards consumer purchase intention. However, H2 has to be rejected as the difference between influencer endorsements and online customer reviews on prevailing consumer purchase intention is too small to be compared to. The difference between the R value is 0.039, which is too insignificant. Hence, we can't really say that one imposes or exert a larger impact on consumer purchase intention. Therefore, both influencer endorsements and online customer reviews have a similar feasibility when being used as a marketing strategy to increase consumer purchase intention. Self-reflection, what I've learned and how to collect and compose, what I've learned is throughout this project is how to collect and compose a simple statistical analysis, improve primary research skills, and how to write a literature review and citing references. What to improve is time management, precise study planning, and even more comprehensive statistical analysis. Also, for the limitations itself, for Pearson's correlation, for the study itself, I should have increased the duration for collecting the respondents, as 100 is 117 or 112 is not enough to represent for a whole population. Second being, I used a non-fictitious person as the image for the image in the questionnaire, which could lead to bias. And third is that the Pearson's correlation requires 4 assumptions, which are complete paired data, continuous data, data that is normally distributed, and an assumption that a linear association exists. I've checked the 3. However, for the linear association, I have yet to check on that one, as I did not really know how. So yeah, that's it. Thank you very much for watching and listening.
Okay, thank you, Joseph. Now I'd like to open up questions from the audience. Okay, we've got a question from Ray in the chat box.
No, sir. So for my research, I did not actually measure the impact for like a specific product. it's like a general thing. So probably that could be used in my future research where I measure the impact of significant products on consumer purchase intention.
Right, I've got a question for you. So in your presentation, it looked like you did some statistical analysis.
Yep.
That was not one of the skills that we covered in class. So where did you teach yourself to use this, and what software did you use? That kind of thing.
So my biology teacher is a business major, and he's conducted research on about business and consumer purchase intention as well. He has done very similar research to mine, by which he also measured the consumer purchase intention of other independent variables. He taught me how to make the statistical analysis through the IBM SPSS software, which took me 15 minutes to compile all the data into one table.
15 or 50?
15.
Oh, wow. Well, that's certainly a useful skill that you might need to use later. So very good. Any other questions from the audience? All right, I suppose that's it. Thank you, Joseph. Now let's move on to the next presenter, and that is Brianna Joe. Please present your screen, turn on your
Sorry,
camera.
Mr. Albert, I think there's another message from our principal that needs to address.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. One more
with regards
question.
to correlation data is moderate, how do you justify the strong correlation? I didn't really say that it's strong, but the p-value suggests that the hypothesis, the p-value is used to identify or like prove that the hypothesis is correct. And according to my p-value, which was less than 0.05. Therefore, my hypothesis is accepted. And for the correlation itself, there's some debate about p-values. This is not really about in the middle. With regards to the correlation data is moderate, how do you justify? So for that, I do not really know, sir. I'm relatively inexperienced with this thing as I've just learned it. And moderate, how do you justify strong correlation? I think I didn't really say, because the R value does, so the R value is not really saying that one will have a very strong impact or significant impact towards the other variable. However, it's just a theoretical estimation that makes a guess of the quantification of the strength of the relationship between the two variables. So it's not, it's just a theoretical estimation, not a real life. Perhaps you should, there's some correlation, but not, yes, I should have been like that, I think. Rookie mistake.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
All right, you may stop presenting, and we'll go on to the next presenter, which is Brianna Joe. Brianna Joe, please turn on your camera and present your screen, please. Okay, Nate, you can stop presenting now.
Okay, good morning, everyone. And I'm going to present about my research topic, which is which algorithm, AS, 3DS, or RSA, is best for encrypting messages in messenger apps. What is encryption and why is it important? Encryption is the process of encoding information, and this process converts the original text, known as plain text, to an alternative form known as ciphertext. And why is it important? It's important because we needed to encrypt our messages from our messenger apps, because we share private text messages with other people, and we also need it for online shopping, because we have private information like credit card number or email or an address, and we don't want it to be leaked. And there are many other functions, but these are the two examples. For my research question is which will be best for messenger apps between AS, DS, and RSA encryption. My research is fully secondary research from different research papers and peer-reviewed articles. So how do encryptions encrypt text? So we have the plain text, which is the original text, and we use the recipient's key to encrypt the text, which is the algorithm, and it will become a ciphertext. Each algorithm encrypts the texts differently, so people won't understand. And if we want to retrieve it by a recipient's private key to decrypt the ciphertext to a plain text, the original text. The first encryption is AS. So what is AS used for? AS is used for, first of all, as a socket security layer. This is usually the transactions on the internet. For example, like when you're shopping at Amazon. And the second one is messenger apps, which is WhatsApp, Line. And the third one is file encryption, to encrypt files in your computer that you don't want people to know. What are the advantages and disadvantages of the AS algorithm? The advantages that one of them is that it's versatile, and it can be used universally and mostly everywhere. And the second one is it cannot be breached by brute force, and the third one is it's difficult to find a key for unauthorized users, which proves that this algorithm is really secure. The disadvantage is that all blocks are encrypted the same way, and it's difficult to implement with software, which it will increase the encryption and decryption time. The second algorithm is the DS and 3DS algorithm. The applications to daily life is that electronic fund transfers, like banking. And the second one is electronic protected health information, which are your health medical records. It's encrypted using this algorithm. And the third one is encrypting compressed files, for example, like zip files, which are encrypted using this algorithm too. And what are the advantages and disadvantages of this algorithm? One of the advantages is that it's not as effective to differential attacks. But then again, all algorithm in modern cryptography is also protected against this attack. And the disadvantage is that this algorithm is already vulnerable to hacks. In 1980, the Donald Davies attacked this algorithm, and it has a 51% success rate in breaking it. And the third algorithm is RSA. The first use is for authentication. Authentication is like login information, your email, phone address. It's protected using this algorithm. And to encrypt files in storage applications. For example, a G Suite uses this encryption, and it's really secure until it has 3 million paid customers. And the third one is also to encrypt messages in messenger apps like Line and WhatsApp and iMessage. And the fourth one is to encrypt blockchain wallets or cryptocurrency. And what are the advantages and disadvantages of this algorithm? RSA is stronger than any other symmetric key algorithm, and it has overcome the weakness of symmetric algorithm, for example, authentication and confidentiality. The disadvantages is that it is really slow. It has a slow speed. Let's compare the three algorithms in terms of encryption speed, decryption speed, and memory used. The fastest encryption is AS, followed by DS, and the slowest is RSA. The decryption speed is AS is the fastest to decrypt, and then DS, and then RSA. For the memory used, the best kind is the least memory, so it's AS, while the most is RSA. So the conclusion is that AS is the best encryption to use for messenger applications. However, there are some improvements that can be made by using hybrid encryptions. And DS and 3DS is worse. This is the worst encryption, even though it's the speed and memory used is not as slow as RSA, but there's a chance that it can be attacked and it can be cracked. And the third one is RSA. RSA is really slow, but with right modifications, the algorithm can be a viable choice for companies to use to encrypt messages in messenger apps. Yeah, thank you for watching and listening. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Brianna? We have a question from Darren in the chat box. What is the significance of the encryption and decryption time?
The significance is that even though it's not that long, the difference, but like when you're sending a text message to another person, you expect it to be quick, and if the encryption and decryption time is long, it will take longer for the other person to receive the message.
Okay, I have a question for you. Based on what you've seen and what you've studied about encryption, what messenger app would you recommend based on its encryption, on what type of encryption it uses?
For me personally, the most secure messenger app is KakaoTalk from Korea, because it uses a hybrid of RSA encryption, and it's really secure, and it has so many features. And the second one I would use is WhatsApp. WhatsApp is really secure, and because it also uses RSA and AS hybrid encryptions.
We have a question from Mr. Ray in the chat box.
how would I define best encryption? I would define best encryption as in the speed and how secure it is, and the least memory used. So the most secure for me, it's still AES, since it cannot be breached by brute force attacks, which are mostly combinations of passwords that can be tested, while the least secure is DS. But what I define by best is how secure it is, how likely it is to get attacked, and how successful it is in blocking these attacks. And the speed is also really important for messenger apps, especially, and also the memory used. Yeah. Thank you for the question.
Any other questions from the audience? There's a question from Mr. Marcus.
The hypothesis that from my preliminary research is that RSA is going to be the best, because a lot of applications use it. But then my hypothesis was proven wrong, that it's not the most fastest encryption. I did not perform tests. I did fully secondary research, and I took data from other tests. While my best, my parameters are not proven, are not defined clearly. That's some room of improvement that I can. I did not include it in the presentation. It's in my research paper.
There's a question from Miss Susan about the how secure WhatsApp is.
My definition of secure is that outside unauthorized personnel will not be able to look at the messages. But from secure meaning as in outside unauthorized personnel cannot read your messages. Yeah, but if WhatsApp themselves leak the information, that's outside of my research. But if it's how worthy is my IPQ? I admit that there is so much room for improvement, and the limitations are a lot. But my IPQ is more qualitative data rather than quantitative. So it's moderately worthy.
Any more questions from the audience? Okay, thank you for presenting, Brianna. And we'll move on to our next presenter. And that is Lisa Huang. Could you please turn on your camera and present, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I'm going to be presenting about my IPQ topic, which is what is the correlation between theory of consumption and consumer purchase intention of virtual goods in TPS and FPS games. Firstly, why did I choose this topic? I chose this topic out of curiosity because I'm interested in why people would buy virtual goods, even though it isn't a physical nor a tangible object. Next, it is relevant to my university major because I'm planning on taking a major related to business, and therefore by doing this project, I plan on gaining more knowledge regarding business, such as, for example, learning more about the theory of consumption. Next, there also has been an increase in consumption, especially during this pandemic, in both virtual goods and tangible goods. Due to the improvement of technology, more and more people own gadgets, and 58% of internet users play games. However, little research has been devoted to finding the motivations of consumer purchase behaviors, and therefore I conducted this research in hopes to find some motivations which explains the purchase of virtual goods. Here is my plan before I did my project. I start with conducting secondary research and summarizing the results of previous researchers. Then I conducted primary research myself in the form of a survey and summarized my results by creating conclusions. Then lastly, I evaluated my findings by comparing my results from the primary research with the secondary research and explained the causes of the differences. This is a short explanation of my topic. The theory of consumption can be summarized as a theory of market behavior, which I will be explaining further in the next slide. Virtual goods are non-physical objects which are used in online communities and games, and this includes skins, gadgets, avatars, gems, etc. And note that the virtual goods I focus on are goods sold in online games and not digital goods, because digital goods are a broader term which includes other goods such as cryptocurrency, which I will not study or include in my topic. Lastly, online games are computer games which uses the internet connections to process user interactions, and they're different from traditional video games because online games can be played through different online networks at the same time against each other. Here's the theory of consumption. The theory of consumption consists of several values, which includes social, functional, and emotional values. And social values are products with social purposes, such as social relationship support and also social self-image expression. This is in order to maintain social relationships or to express oneself. Next are the functional values, and these are products with functional purposes, such as, for example, character competency, price utility, and functional quality. Character competency goods help to increase an avatar's power to advance to the next level, and price utility is the satisfaction of an individual to the price paid for the virtual good, and functional quality is whether the goods are reliable in their performance or not. Lastly, emotional value products include playfulness, which is an individual who buys a product due to their curiosity being stimulated, and aesthetics, which are products that are meant to beautify an avatar or improve overall gaming experience, such as clothes, skins, music, etc. And I also added two components which I wanted to measure, which includes game satisfaction and identification with character, which is the degree to how an individual identifies the avatar as part of themselves. My aim in conducting this research is to identify the correlation between each of these components and the strength of the correlation, if there is a correlation. How did I do this project? First, I read journals and research papers, which are mostly from Google Scholar and Science Direct. Then I conducted primary research in the form of a survey, which I created in Google Forms. Then I handled the data results using Microsoft Excel. Here's my method. I obtained a sample size of 101 respondents, and I used Pearson's R or R values to determine the correlation between dependent and independent variables. And the threshold which I used was a threshold set by Sarbono 2006, where 0 means no correlation, 0.1 until 0.24 weak correlation, 0.25 until 0.49 moderate correlation, 0.5 until 0.74 strong correlation, and 0.75 until 0.99 very strong correlation. Here are my hypotheses, and there is a total of 9 hypotheses. And to summarize, I hypothesized that H4 and H8, which are price utility and SSIE, having a negative link with the purchase intention of virtual goods, and other theory of consumption values have a positive link with the purchase intention of virtual goods. Here are the results I obtained. I obtained 77.2% from female respondents and 22.8% from male respondents, with 64.2% of age 13 to 16 years old and 25.9% of age 17 to 20 years old, and 9.9% other. Here is an example of the pattern of the results I obtained for most of the questions, and the graph is with a scale of 1 to 5, ranging from strongly disagree to strongly agree. And as you can see, most of the results are of increasing frequency when the scale goes closer to 5. And if we were to construct a curved graph, it would be negatively skewed, indicating a positive relationship between most consumption values and purchase intention. Here I use statistical data to support the inference which I said in the previous slide, or I use correlation analysis, and the dependent variable is the purchase intention, and the independent variable, or the variable that we will change, will be the values of the theory of consumption. I will not be reading each of the data because it will be time consuming, but to sum up, playfulness, SSIE, and SRS has an R value of greater than 0.5. Therefore, here are the conclusions that we can make, and the results stated that all functional, social, and emotional values have a correlation on the purchase intention, whereas functional values, identification of character, game satisfaction, and aesthetics have a moderate correlation on the purchase of goods, while social values, including SSIE and SRS, along with playfulness, have a strong correlation with the purchase intention of virtual goods, and therefore the results supported all hypotheses except for H4 and H8. Here is my secondary research results, and here I compared my results with a research conducted by Ho and Wu in 2012, and Ho and Wu stated that all of the theory of consumption values have correlations with the purchase intention. However, they also stated that aesthetics, social relationship support, and price utility do not have correlations. And this may be slightly different from my research because of geographical differences, as the research I did was conducted in Indonesia. Meanwhile, the research they did was conducted in Taiwan, and the survey I used was an exact copy of the survey they used. However, it is translated from Chinese to Indonesian, and the accuracy of translation is not calculated. Lastly, Ho and Wu investigated the purchase intention of virtual goods in RPG and war strategy games. Meanwhile, I investigated the purchase intention of virtual goods in TPS and FPS games, therefore having a difference in game type. How did my IPQ go? First of all, it was difficult to find respondents because I made a mistake. I did not post my survey in an online game community, and therefore it took me a long time to find gamer friends to fill the survey, especially since my survey consists of a lot of questions, so people tend to refuse to fill the survey. Next, I also switched topics. At first, I was planning to compare the financial data between Supercell and Tencent Entertainment. However, I realized the topic was too narrow, so I switched topics. Here are the evaluations, or what I think I did good at. Firstly, I think I did well in my time management because I was able to strictly follow the IPQ plan I made and therefore finish my essay and presentation on time. My topic is also relevant to current world situations because, as I said before, there has been an increase in consumption, however little research is devoted to the area, and therefore my research is useful to provide an explanation regarding consumer behaviors. Lastly, my research results can also be applied by gaming companies, especially companies with virtual goods as their main source of income, in order to modify their product according to the theory of consumption values, which has the most effect on purchase intention in order to reduce the risk of product failures. Here are my weaknesses. First is that I have a small sample size, and it would have been better to have a greater sample size as the accuracy increases when the sample size increases. Next, my research only identifies the values which have a correlation with purchase intention without giving an explanation of their significance. Lastly, I mentioned before, the accuracy of translation is unknown, and therefore different people may interpret the questions differently and may misunderstand the question. Finally, what I learned from IPQ, I learned how to write a bibliography and reference according to the APA format, and this is very useful for universities. And I also learned how to write a research paper along with the structures, such as how to write an abstract, introduction, etc., which is useful for universities, as I know that we will be writing lots of research papers in universities. Lastly, I learned how to manage my time by creating a schedule and disciplining myself to follow the schedule and get work done on time. Thank you for listening to my presentation. How would you analyze the rejected hypothesis and why are they not true? Because according to my statistical data, H4 and H8 is rejected because in H4 and H8, I stated that they have a negative length, meaning that they don't have any correlation. Meanwhile, when I calculated the R values indicate that they have a moderate correlation according to the threshold which I used by Sarwono 2006, and therefore I reject the hypothesis of H4 and H8. And the R values which I measured, all of the R values are positive, meaning that they don't, it's not like an inversely proportional correlation, and therefore my hypothesis is wrong, so I rejected the hypothesis. I guess that they're negative in correlation because I did secondary research, and according to my secondary research, which I did, a few researchers indicated that the H4, which was social relationship support and also playfulness, H4 and H8, which I saw according to the secondary research, stated that they have a negative correlation. So according to the research which I did, I created this hypothesis to prove whether it's correct or wrong. Is there any specific game community where you conducted the survey since more than 75%? As I mentioned before, I made a mistake. I did not post my survey in a specific game community, and therefore it was hard for me to obtain the data, and therefore I obtained a very small sample size, and more than 75% of the respondents are female because I had more female friends than male friends, and therefore the respondents are greater in female. And I think that their gender may influence the result of my research, and therefore according to the weakness which I said, there is a difference in sample size, and this may be because other researchers may have more male respondents, and my research has more female respondents. And I think, like, for example, female people may really look up to aesthetics, so they would prefer virtual goods which are more like to the aesthetic side. Meanwhile, males may also prefer to the virtual goods which are more to the functional side. So I think that gender also has a effect on the result of my research. Yes. H4 and H8 are price utility and social self-image expression, which I hypothesized to have a negative link with the intention to purchase virtual goods. However, I find this wrong because I conducted the statistical measure R value thing, and it stated that they have a positive moderate correlation. So yeah. Yeah, I made a mistake regarding the not putting the survey in the game community, but the differences might just be from the difference in the sample size. So that I might be able to obtain more people filling the survey compared to me not putting my survey in the online game community. But I think it will not alter my research title, because my research title is "What is the correlation between the theory of consumption and consumer purchase intention of virtual goods in TPS and FPS games?" So even if I obtain a smaller sample size, or it will still not have an effect with what I'm trying to find. It will just affect on the accuracy of the data I obtained. Is it possible that the sample you investigate is from a specific economic and cultural background? So H4 and H8 are rejected. I think, yes, there are a few factors which may influence this, such as, for example, the gender may influence, and also the economic and cultural background, because I think price utility is a matter of perspective. And if the people are from the economy and slightly lower than others, then they might think that the price is too expensive, but some people will think that the price is satisfactory. Therefore, the economic background and cultural background may also affect on the results of my survey.
Any further questions for Lisa? All right, thank you, Lisa. You may, oh wait, one more question from Mr. Ray.
I put 9 hypotheses because the theory of consumption values, which I want to measure, is there are like 5 components, and from the values are divided further, such as, for example, the social values divided into social relationship support and also social self-image expression. The total of the subsections which the values divide into are 9. So I hypothesized 9 hypotheses, and it's not only 3, because I'm also trying to measure the social, functional, emotional values, but I also am trying to measure the effect of game satisfaction and also identification with character. And therefore, if it's 3 hypotheses, then it's like some of the other values will not be explained, because there's a total of 9. I hope this answers the question.
Any more last questions for Lisa? All right, then let's move on to our next presenter. Thank you for presenting, Lisa.
Thank you.
Now our next presenter is Aniket Mangalore. Could you please turn on your camera and present your screen, please?
All right. So, good day, everyone. My name is Aniket, and I will deliver a presentation as a part of my IPQ project regarding the effects of sleep deprivation on memory consolidation and creativity and its implications in learning for adolescents. So the aim of this study is to determine whether high school students are able to lose sleep and study for a written examination the next day without any sacrifices. And I did this by first researching the brain regions generally associated in learning, and then narrowing it down and analyze effects of sleep deprivation on those selected regions only, and explain what it means in the context of my research, i.e. what it means for students who are studying for an exam the next day. Now, I chose this topic because I've always been lectured about about maintaining a good sleep schedule and not sleep late by my parents and my teachers. And one day I was reading this book actually by Marcel Proust, Swann's Way, and he captivated me by approaching this topic, which is about memory and time, through the lens of an artist, through literature. And I thought it would be a good idea to try to do what he did, but approach it in a more scientific way. In addition to that, I also think that this study is relevant because according to the study conducted by the CDC from 2017, they've concluded the fact that the age group that is most sleep deprived are adolescents. Now, before we continue, there are two types of learning, which is rote learning and higher order learning. Rote learning involves memorization techniques in order to remember and regurgitate facts, and higher order learning involves critical thinking and problem solving. When applied to the context of written examinations, rote learning examinations means that students are supposed to memorize an abundance of information, and the way we memorize is through a process called memory consolidation. So memory consolidation occurs during sleep and wake, and in this process, short-term memory is made in the hippocampus region and is then slowly and gradually processed to long-term memory through time. And as it has processed and fully become long-term memory, it is stored in the neocortex, which is a part of the frontal lobe, as shown in the image I've inserted in this presentation. It is also important to state that we store learned information as semantic memory, which is a type of memory, and it is a type of declarative memory. And therefore, through this statement, we are able to say that declarative memory consolidation is important to remember information and therefore rote learning. Upon analyzing the effects of sleep deprivation on declarative memory consolidation, I have seen that totally sleep-deprived adolescents lose 100% of sleep, and so they're unable to do sleep consolidation as they are not sleeping in the first place. And this also has an effect on wake consolidation, and since it is hindered due to fatigue. And for students who are partially sleep deprived, they are most likely to form memories that are incorrect and inaccurate. Sleep is also seen to increase in importance when preparing for an exam because the brain consolidates specific memories we think will be relevant in the future. And when applied to this context, I have come to a conclusion that we benefit from sleep consolidation more in the event of an anticipated exam. Looking on higher order learning, this means that students may be asked to solve problems in the written examinations, and therefore they need creativity to do so. And I have seen quite a misunderstanding concept on creativity itself. So it is important to note that creativity is not an invention of an idea that is completely new and isolated from pre-existing ideas. I have made an illustration as to why this is the case, and that is because if we are to make a paper airplane, we're not able to make it without the paper itself. And for this part of my research, I have selected the prefrontal cortex region and the hippocampus region. Now, the prefrontal cortex region has contributed to higher learning through thinking and attention, and it allows us to generate original ideas. And this is important since originality is an important aspect in creativity. And looking on the effects on sleep deprivation on this part of the brain, it is shown that there has been a decrease in frontal lobe neural activity. And since the prefrontal cortex is essentially a part of the frontal lobe, the prefrontal cortex is affected. And what this means is that sleep-deprived individuals struggles more in retaining focus since it's less active. And this is very detrimental as the student will not be able to maintain thought process, which is important to formulate multiple solutions. For the hippocampus, it helps us narrow down multiple original ideas produced by the prefrontal cortex on the previous slide into one most suitable solution to a problem. And looking on the effects of sleep deprivation on this region, it is able to be concluded that sleep deprivation decreases neural plasticity of hippocampus. From here, we could say that the students are unable to quote unquote repath thoughts and learn from mistakes, because the way we learn from mistakes is by pinpointing such train of thought and sort of repath them like a train track. And so from then on, we can say that the students are unable to gauge which solution is most suitable, as they may be unaware of things to anticipate from past mistakes. Throughout my research, it has become increasingly more evident that the processes found in rote learning and the processes found in higher learning is actually very much so connected. This is because, as stated previously, higher learning requires us to manipulate ideas. However, for us to manipulate ideas in the first place, we have to remember them. And the way we remember things, the way we remember declarative memory is through declarative memory consolidation, which is a process found in rote learning. And so I have therefore concluded that if there is impairments present in rote learning, this would then further give an effect to higher order learning. Okay, so in summary, sleep becomes increasingly more important in examination periods, and any extent of sleep deprivation may cause students to not be able to remember information accurately or remember information at all in rote learning examinations. And as explained in the previous slide, this would also affect our ability to manipulate ideas, as we may not remember them in the first place. In addition to that effect in higher order learning, we could also see several more effects, such as students not being able to retain sufficient focus to formulate multiple solutions, and also that students are more likely to be incorrect since they could not learn from past mistakes well. And therefore, I reason that students are not able to lose sleep without any impairments in brain functioning. However, my research also has a few limitations because, as stated, my method shows that I have actively excluded some parts of the brain, and this includes the parietal lobe, cerebrum, and amygdala, which is all associated with higher order learning. And also, I have also excluded some type of memory. One of them is priming, which is also seen to be important for creativity. I only research about the declarative memory part. And lastly, the brain is also very subjective, and so the conclusion that I have made may not fully represent an individual. Throughout this study, I have learned a lot of things and I've struggled a lot during the way, but I think the most valuable things I have learned is how I could be able to work with messiness and uncertainty and face it head on, whilst also take time and ponder to appreciate the beauty of connections of the things around us, like ideas and such. And throughout that, I'm able to develop my reasoning and logic scientifically for the future. For the things that I still struggle until this very day, that would be retaining my composure when formulating synthesized paragraphs, as well as the consistency of my deep work. It is also worth mentioning that my biggest win is to not lose sleep and not be a hypocrite when doing this research. Thank you. Here are my sources. Are there any questions?
Question from Darren in the chat.
Does sleeping longer than optimum sleep time make adolescents memorize easier? This is not included in my research scope, as I only research 8 hours and below, but I would hypothesize that it actually mostly depends on the quality from then on forward. So I think it also depends as to whether you're taking care of yourself before sleep, i.e. whether you're having like blue filters on and such. Optimum sleep duration. Yeah, the optimum sleep duration it's different throughout throughout age. As you grow old, you decrease in the time you require to sleep. But for my case, since I research adolescents, then it's 8 hours. How you test your hypothesis? I don't quite understand that question. Do you mind elaborating it further? Oh, data collection. I don't really do any specific data collection method, because that doesn't mean I don't include data in the research article itself. I added it, but it merely acts as an illustration of trends and possibilities, because I've always suspected that the main issue of my research would be accuracy, and I'm unable to generalize any results through this study. So I've not really focused on data, but more of in a theoretical point of view, and use data to show that this is actually something that's happening at the moment. And that data I retrieve from experiments done using tests such as the word paired associative test, etc. Yeah, I used other quotes, but most of the studies I found it's not really applied to adolescents per se, not even in a school, like in a context I found. So I have to also figure out how such memories are developed over time, how, let's say, declarative memory is different in adolescents and young adults. So even though I did use, let's say, this article's data, I may also have to like, quote unquote, translate it to fit it better for the age group I'm interested in. Sorry, Mr. Marcos, proof what? Not quite sure what you mean by that question. Oh, for Mr. Ray's question, the objective of this research is to figure out whether it is feasible for students to lose sleep in order to study and still perform as usual the next day without any impairments. Oh, the proof that I was saying, there is there's this association called the American Psychological Association whom I have extracted their findings from, and I am able to justify my conclusion from there. Yeah, I did not include hormones in my research. It's on, one second. It's on page 9 at the third to last paragraph. I've forgotten to cite it because it's just a presentation by the American Psychological Association, but I would be more than happy to reference it to you directly. Yeah, cited. It's in the reference part of my research. The second link. Why? Because I'm not quite sure really. I've never really thought of hormones since the start. No, sir, I don't think. I've always thought that qualitative analysis do not require any computing. I might be wrong.
I have a question for you, Aniket.
Yes, sir.
You were looking at two specific parts of the brain, the frontal lobe and the hippocampus. Is that right?
Yeah.
So in your presentation, you stated that each of these parts of the brain is kind of has a function. How did we figure out what that function is? Do you have any idea?
So there's this way of researching the part of the brain is called the fMRI, where individuals are tested on several activities. Let's say if it's thinking, then they're to solve problems. Now that fMRI machine is to see any sparks of different parts of the brain. So I would think that researchers have found the frontal lobe to spark up when they're thinking and when they're solving problems. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
And how accurate do you think that is?
I'm pretty sure it's accurate. However, we're not necessarily able to control the thoughts of an individual, right? They may be thinking some questions may trigger some sort of emotional response. And since emotional processing is involved with the amygdala, this would mean that through the fMRI scan, they would see that the amygdala were to spark up. So they could also make false conclusions that you require amygdala for thinking. But that's actually the case. That is true, but not cognitively, it's emotionally.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Aniket?
How oversleeping affects the brain. I've not really researched this part yet, but if I were to take a guess, it would be, I would think it would also cause brain activity to decrease, because brain is like a muscle we train, and if we sleep, then we don't really train it, do we? So I would expect similar effects to being sleep deprived to being overslept. Is that a word?
Any final questions for Aniket?
Okay, so there has been this study concerning cyclic alternating patterns. I would more than happy to cite it for you directly, but cyclic alternating patterns is associated with a stage of sleep called the non-rapid eye movement sleep, and usually cyclic alternating patterns refers to different types of brain functioning. So let's say if you disrupt the cyclic alternating pattern of A1, that would affect the frontal lobe, which is associated with thinking again. I'm not quite sure if I understand that question, Mr. Sleep 8 hours. It completely changes with the person. Since I'm analyzing adolescents, then their neuroplasticity is like your brain is currently developing and they could adapt better. So let's say if someone has a certain sleep schedule and they have stayed consistent and they suddenly disrupt it by changing it, then I would infer that it would affect their brain functioning. It totally depends on the individual's habits and routine, so I don't have the ability to say. But if I were to draw a conclusion, if someone were to sleep 8 hours in the afternoon and stay consistent by it over several amount of times until they're like used to it, their circadian rhythm is used to it. You're able to know if your circadian rhythm is used to it by figuring out the time where you're sleepy. So if you're sleepy at the afternoon, that means you're used to it. That's also an important point to state.
Any more questions? All right, thank you, Aniket. You may stop presenting. And we'll go on to our next presenter, who is Christopher Kurniawan. But it looks like Christopher Kurniawan is not present. So we'll move on to our next presenter, who is Ruth Nainggolan. Go ahead, Ruth. Please turn on your camera and present your screen.
Okay. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes. Is there a way to make it full screen?
Okay.
There we go.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Ruth Amalia from GC2, and I will be presenting about my IPQ, which is the most effective way of treating skin hyperpigmentation. Chem exfoliants or laser treatments such as ruby and neodymium yttrium laser treatment. So what is skin hyperpigmentation? Skin hyperpigmentation is a common process where the darkening of skin cells occur due to the excess production of melanin forms deposits in the skin. As you can see from the left images, you can see that there are a few black spots. Those are what we call skin hyperpigmentation. And for the terms melanin is natural brown pigment that produces the normal skin color, so it was already there naturally. These are the main causes of skin hyperpigmentation over the last 5 years. According to my research, the first and most causes of skin hyperpigmentation is 1. Post-inflammatory, which can be seen by redness or irritation after acne or pimple scars. Second is long-term sun exposure. Normally, we see this after, for example, sunbathing, and we can visibly see it in the skin through blistering, redness, or swelling. And the last one is heavy metals, which is normally found in cosmetic products such as powder or gold ampoule. This can cause a blue-grayish skin hyperpigmentation on the skin surface. Now, why this study or topic? For me, I think the skin is interesting to study because it is one of the largest organs in our human body, and it's the one that protects us from harmful bacteria. Second is the curiosity on how to heal hyperpigmentation, as it is a common problem we face from time to time, especially when after pimple scars, there's irritations, and the skin hyperpigmentation appears in our face. Number 3 is to help people in future decisions. Hopefully these presentations will help others in considering which treatments they want to use in the future if they ever want to heal their hyperpigmentation. Now, this study was conducted to find efficiency of each treatment, and my measure of efficiency for each treatment includes price, time taken for treatment, area healed, side effects, time taken for side effects to heal. Before I conducted my research and throughout the research, this is my planning and managing to complete this IPQ. The first one is to do a checklist for what I need to do and for a certain period of time. Second is reference list and notes on what to include in the sections or which resources I need to use for different informations to include throughout my research paper. I also manage the files in my folder in Google Drive so I don't lose any important information throughout this project. And lastly, adding glossary for scientific terms to help myself and the readers understand better. Since I am not so experienced in this field, I might need a lot of help, and this certainly helped me throughout the research to understanding better of my own research and also the conclusions in the end. Now, how was the study conducted? The study was conducted for a total of approximately 1,300 patients, and this was fully secondary research where I used journals, books, and research papers. Some of the journals and books I used is stated as above: Cosmetic Dermatology, Cutaneous and Aesthetic Surgery, the Clinical and Aesthetic Dermatology 2018, and also International Journal of Dermatology, and many more. So first of all, I synthesized the data from the journals and research papers of each treatment. Second, I find the same age group or range of age for the treatments. So if the journal is using a different age group, and so far from what I used, I completely disregard that and I focus on the age group. In this case, is 22 to 35 years old. 3 is tabulating the data for each sessions and find correlations between the data. 4 is compare and contrast the data that has been synthesized between treatments with the 5 variables, which is the measure of efficiency. And last but not least, I calculate the standard deviation to ensure reliability of data and evaluate my resources for its viability. So this is my results. The length of treatments between chem exfoliants, UV laser, and NDYG lasers is, as you can see, chem exfoliants requires the least amount of time to complete its treatments, while UV laser takes the longest, which is 16 weeks, and the neodymium laser requires 10 weeks for its treatments. And here's the side effects by neodymium laser. You can see that the 1.2% of the patients experience hypopigmentation and hypertrophic scarring. 2.5% experience transient pigmentation, and 95.1% of the patients receive no side effects. Meanwhile, the Q-switch UV laser treatments, there was no side effects on post-operative procedures, but mainly the patient received discomfort during the treatments itself. Meanwhile, for the chem exfoliants, there are a lot of varying side effects, which includes inflammation, pigmentary alterations, burning, fungal infections, scarring, and many more. And there are 3 different chemical exfoliants, as we can see: superficial, medium, and deep. And the side effects completely varies according which treatments or which chemicals do you use for that. For the price, we can see that the ruby laser range for $250 per sessions, which requires around 1,500 full treatment, and neodymium laser requires 400 per session, in total of 3,600 for full treatment. Chemical peels, it is an average of 679. It can be lower or higher depending on the equipment's needs in the full treatment. This is the percentage improvement of pigmentation per sessions. I included this to see a further correlation between the variables and also each treatment. As you can see that UV laser treatments shows a high improvement on the second sessions. Meanwhile, chemical exfoliators only reach 75% heal for the hyperpigmentation. So from my data, I can conclude that the QSRL is the most effective treatment compared to chemical exfoliants and neodymium laser treatments in terms of percentage improvement per sessions. Although it takes the longest time to do the whole treatments, it is better than both other treatments, especially in the terms of side effects. So this is how I justify my hypothesis. Because time is limited, I simplified the hypothesis, and I have 5 hypotheses because of the efficiency variables. For each one, I have laser treatment is more expensive than chemical peel. So my hypothesis is proven to be true since the average price of chemical peel is $679. Meanwhile, laser treatments can exceed $1,000. H2, time taken for laser treatments will be longer than chemical peels. Hypothesis is also proven to be true. Laser treatments have an average of 12.5 weeks. Meanwhile, chemical treatment starts from 2 to 5 weeks. H3, area healed using laser treatments would be lesser than chemical exfoliants. This hypothesis is also proven to be true. Laser treatments handle smaller size melasma spots, while chemical exfoliants are applied to the entire face. H4, chemical exfoliants have higher probability on resulting in side effects. Hypothesis is proven to be true, as QSRL results in no side effects. neodymium laser gives a very small percentage of side effects, while chem exfoliants give varying side effects to 34 to 50% of patients. And lastly, side effects only occur on chem exfoliants, and it will need more than 3 months to heal it. This hypothesis is partially true. It does not take more than 3 months to treat the side effects, but we also received hypopigmentation, mucus scarring, and transient pigmentation using neodymium laser treatment. This is the reflection and what I've learned. I learned many skills, including communication, thinking critical skills, and creative thinking skills, media literacy, information literacy, reflection skills, and also self-management. What could be improved? I think I can improve in structuring the essay, better understanding of final products or data, writing important points. And there are a few limitations for this research is that gender was not stated in the research paper I referenced to, therefore that factor was excluded inside this research, as well as skin type, which are divided into 4: sensitive, oily, normal, and mixed. Thank you for listening. Are there any questions?
Any questions from the audience for Ruth?
I want to ask a question.
Yes.
Ruth, you're talking about chemical peeling. I'm wondering, are the products right now available in the market, such as brightening product, exfoliation product, those kind of products to make your skin fairer? Are those products can be considered as chemical peeling as well?
According to my research, the chemical peels here are used in the dermatological methodology, is including glycolic acid of 30% and above. Meanwhile, the products in the markets only includes the acids or chemical exfoliants that is 2% to 12%, which includes into chemical exfoliants, but the damage or the effect is not the same as the ones that are tested in this research.
So should there is a product saying that this product can remove hyperpigmentation, it says this is peeling and such. Can we as a consumer sue that particular factory that produced such claim?
I think those products works as well because it depends on how you use it as well. Because when you have the chemical exfoliants at lower percentage, you have to use it on a longer term use to see the improvement. So maybe you have to wait longer than 5 weeks to see the improvements and actually confirm if that statement is true or not.
So is there some sort of FDA standard for one product to be called chemical peeling or not?
For skincare products, it is normally efficient at 8% to 12%. For that, it is already a standard, but for dermatology tested, when you go to the hospital and such, it is normally 30% to 50% above.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. This question is, what is the best age to start any form of skin exfoliations? Can you start as early as, say, 13 years old to start this routine? Yes, you can, because according to my research, your age should be counted as teenagers, 12 and above, especially if there's any damage when you are young and using these treatments. It means that your skin cells can still repair on itself rather than when you are older. So yes, you can start as early as 13. Any more questions? So if we start earlier, we will retain our youthful appearance longer. It is possible because a lot of dermatologists have stated that it is better to start taking care of your skin when you are younger so that those cells maintain longer and you can retain your youthful appearance. Yes.
Oh yeah, okay. I want to ask one more
Okay.
about laser.
Yes.
There are several types of laser, right? And there are several colors, if I'm not mistaken. So your research, is this the newest? Is there any other findings that actually can be more effective in reducing hyperpigmentation?
It is one of the newest method in treating hyperpigmentation because on the older days, we mainly use the chemical exfoliants as technologies has been developed. So I think by far the ruby laser treatments is counted as the most efficient one. For exfoliation, regarding the previous question, yes, as well as exfoliation. You can start as early as 13 years old to do that routine. For my study, it is limited to Southeast Asians. So I did not cover other race or parts of groups.
Hyperpigmentation, does it have any negative health things associated with it, or is it purely aesthetic?
Yes, there is. According to Dr. Doof in Yale University, that is analyzing on skin hyperpigmentation and causes of melasma. This can cause skin cancer if it's not treated. So he stated that the UV radiation can cause mutation towards these skin cells, and if not treated earlier, it may develop skin cancer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ruth? Okay, thank you for presenting. Oh, one more from Marcella.
The full price is, yes, for the full treatment. And for ruby laser treatments and neodymium laser treatments, the hyperpigmentation is 100% completely gone. Meanwhile, for chemical exfoliants, it is only until 75% of pigmented skin layer. It is expected when you go home and rest, the skin cells will eventually develop a better pigmentation. So it progresses naturally after the treatments, but there was no data according to that yet. So by far, using the treatments of chemical exfoliants, it only reduces the skin hyperpigmentation by 75%. And there is a chance of hyperpigmentation recurring based on all three of the methods because of back to the reasons and how hyperpigmentations occurs is basically the sun UV ray, and we are continuously affected and exposed by it. So there is a chance. And yes, you need to do the treatment again.
Any final questions for Ruth? All right, thank you very much, Ruth. You may stop presenting.
Thank you.
We'll move on to our next presenter, who is Kevin Gunawan. Please present your screen and turn on your camera.
Okay, just a second. Okay, so can you see my presentation?
Looks like you need to hit present.
Yeah, okay.
Looks good.
All right. So good afternoon, teachers, friends, and audiences I respect. On this occasion, I'll be presenting about my independent project qualification, also known as IPQ, which is titled The Effect of Defamation and Disinformation Towards an Individual's Opinion. So my presentation today will be covering sections as follows: introduction, background, research review, and conclusion. So for my research, I'm covering these following topics: the qualitative results regarding the effect of defamation and disinformation towards an individual's opinion, and how each terms differ from each other, the types of false information, defamation, disinformation, my hypothesis, research results, and last but not least, conclusion of this whole research. Next will be, why do I choose this topic for my independent project qualification project? So this is because I have big interest of exploring more cases in digital media nowadays. In this case, the spread of disinformation, defamation, and opinions, and also to answer my concerns about the spread. How is this topic relevant to nowadays situation? So in this digital era, I believe we may encounter what is known as hoax. Therefore, we must be wiser in using social media and the internet and avoid directly consuming news where the source seems to be unclear. So technology improvement has led to big changes in the human society, from the way we travel from one place to another, to the way we communicate with each other and obtain knowledge and information on a daily basis. So before the 21st century, people mostly obtain knowledge and information, let's say, from books, newspapers, and television. Nowadays, with the ease of access to the internet, the way people obtain knowledge and information will be easier. With just a small device that is connected to the internet, information could be easily accessed in most places. Media has also improved, where it was then a single way of interaction. Now it became a two-way communication where audiences could also interact with people involved in the production, such as being citizen journalists. However, the improvement of digital media has also led to increase in the spread of disinformation and defamation. Therefore, the law of electronic transaction and information was applied by the Indonesian government starting from the year 2008. However, there are cases where people give out opinions and concerns are being sued by other part of the society as disinformation and or defamation. So, this case leads to my research question: are disinformation or defamation false information that are intended to destroy an individual's or a group's reputation, or just perhaps someone's opinion that is unaccepted by others? And can an opinion be considered as a defamation or disinformation? The method of this research uses a qualitative method involving analysis of research articles, which I take mostly from Google Scholar, and also extra information of case studies are also obtained from sites such as news articles and the government sites. The mistake in spread of information. So the mistake in spread of information is divided into three: misinformation, malinformation, and last but not least, disinformation. Misinformation is a spread of information that is done unintentionally, which could be caused by several factors such as miscommunication, misheard, and or missing. Malinformation is a spread of private actual information such as private videos, private mails, and private pictures that is done with the intention to harm an individual and or a group. And last, we'll go to disinformation. Disinformation, on the other hand, is the production and spread of false information that is done intentionally for several purposes, such as to cause chaos by deceiving public's opinion and also destroys one's reputation. So defamation. Defamation is an action that is intended to destroy someone's reputation, and it is divided into two, which is libel and slander. Libel is a written defamation, which is said to be more harmful compared to slander, since it usually doesn't fade quickly, since people who have seen it, for example, may have screenshotted the defamation writing and shared it to other groups of people, which leaves a digital track. On the other hand, slander is an oral defamation, or in simpler meaning, a spoken defamation, and this is less harmful compared to libel since it fades more quickly. So how are things considered as defamation? First, the statement is published, meaning that it is presented and seen by other people. Second, the statement is a false statement. Third, there are other people or groups of people that felt harmed by the statement and reported it to the officials. And last but not least, the statement is unprivileged, which means that it is not protected. An example of a privileged statement is in the court trial. A witness in the trial that makes both false and harmful statements cannot be sued for defamation because testifying or giving statements in the trial is privileged. So now let's cover about the hoaxes in Indonesia. So in the year 2018, data from Indonesian telematics community survey shows that hoaxes that are spread in social media, such as short messaging apps, is in the highest position, with the percentage of around 92.40%. Hoaxes are most likely to appear during political events, such as election times, events such as natural disasters, and also the pandemic like we experienced in this past year. So the Indonesian Ministry of Communication also stated that until August 2021, there have been around 4,000 hoaxes regarding COVID-19 spread in social media, with most hoax spread found in Facebook. So I'm also going to be talking a little about the semantic memories. So the semantic memory is a long-term memory that contains knowledge that will stay for a long time. However, the semantic memory is easily affected by new information, since it is easier to enter because it is said to be more recent. Digital literacy. Digital literacy is the ability of a person to search, evaluate, and communicate certain information to others, which could be done through digital mediums such as social media and the internet. So according to the research article by Damian Collins, contents seen in social media, especially those that are posted by individuals or non-news organizations, are hard to differentiate between true or false, between if the information is a misinformation or disinformation. Therefore, critical analysis and information from trusted sites are needed in order to identify if a content we see in social media is true or false. However, the literacy for Indonesian people is still low, according to the result of the Program for International Student Assessment, or PISA, which is held by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or OECD. This shows that Indonesia's position is in rank 62 out of 70 countries in terms of literacy in year 2015, and in 2018 it was ranked 73 out of 79 countries. And Indonesia's position in the last 10 to 15 years is said to be stagnant, so meaning that there's no ups and downs. So next, we'll be discussing about the Electronic Transaction and Information Law. So the Cybersecurity Research Institute Communication and Information Security Center mentioned that there are verses in the Indonesian Electronic Information and Transaction Law, such as Chapter 27, verse 3 about defamation, which causes multi-interpretations. And this decreases the freedom of speech that makes people feel vulnerable while giving out their opinions. There was one case in Indonesia where a woman tells her friend about her complaint about the service of a hospital, which then The hospital reported the woman for committing defamation. There were proposals from people in Indonesia for the government to revise some chapters in the law. However, on May 2021, after several research and evaluation, the government decided to cancel the revision of the law due to several reasons. First, the law is said to still be needed to anticipate unwanted things in digital media. Second is to encounter multi-interpretation of the law. The government will provide the technical guidelines for the implementation of the law, which will involve 3 government officials from 3 different government institutes. Last but not least, there will also be small revisions, which includes the addition of phrases and other additional information and explanation for several words. This is to avoid the misinterpretation that is said by many people to cause the disease or the disease in freedom of expression. So now let's go to the 2 last points, which is opinions and facts. So opinions itself is defined as a point of view or a judgment. However, it is not really based on a fact or knowledge. To give an opinion means to say what you feel or think about something, which could be based on feelings, experience, internal and external conditions, religion, beliefs, culture, and people around them. This is in contrast with facts, where facts are information that is based on data, knowledge, and or investigation that have been conducted. So now let's jump into the conclusion. So an opinion is a judgment from one's point of view and is it something true or false. Therefore, an opinion cannot be considered as defamation or disinformation, since clearly both have different meaning and intention. However, it could be seen that disinformation and defamation affects an individual to have their own point of view and opinion regarding what the content in the disinformation or defamation article that they heard or read. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about the limitations in my study. The first limitation of this study is that there are only plenty of articles used, since there are not many articles that discuss the correlation of disinformation and personal opinion. Second is data and information obtained and used in this research article are mostly from before 2021, since there is not much data that is released in 2021, since those data are usually released at the end of the year, and this research is finished in September 2021. And the third limitation is, in some countries, an opinion could also be sued as a defamation if the opinion happened to be damaging an individual or a party's reputation. Therefore, this is already the authority of lawyers and judges to identify if the opinion is a defamation, which will depend on the regulation and technical guidelines in the certain country. And of course, there are still many things that I should improve, such as time management. And also, I need to explore more research articles. Thank you.
Questions for Kevin? We've got one in the chat box, Kevin.
Darren, which verse in the Electronic Information and Transaction Law state about hoax, and what are the conditions for it to be a hoax? Okay, so first, fake news or hoax must have the subject value of the subject that is harmed. Second, it must violate Chapter 28, verse 1 of Law number 11, year 2008 about information electronic transactions. So the article 28, paragraph 1 reads, every person intentionally and without rights spread disinformation and misleading that causes consumer losses in electronic transaction. Darren, do I answer your question? Oh, okay. Thank you, Darren. So now let's go to Hansel. What actions by the Indonesian government that is done to improve Indonesian people digital literacy? So I don't know what actions were made in the past before 2021, but according in my research, in 2021, the Ministry of Communication and Informatics have released the program of National Digital Literacy in 2021 for 514 towns and cities in Indonesia. This is spread through 16 TV stations such as RCTI, Metro, Kompas, Berita Satu, TV1, NET, TVRI, SCTV, Indosiar, CNN Indonesia, Trans TV, Trans 7, MNC, Antv, Global TV, iNews, and also live streaming in YouTube channel of the Ministry of Communication and Informatics. And so, do I answer your question? Okay, thank you, Hansel. So now let's go to the next question by Mr. Ray. What is your take regarding the law of ITE as the political tool to shun oppositions and several amnesties granted by the government due to the misapplication of the law? So, in my opinion, yes, there should be like several revisions in this ITE law, because as we know, Indonesia is a democratic country, which means that we have the rights to express our opinions according to the law that is already implemented by the government, not like being like a defamation, for example. We should how do we say it? We should state our opinions without causing the people to fall apart. So yeah, for me, I think that the government it is something needed for the government to revise some of the law, so that the Indonesian people could have more freedom of speech without vulnerable of getting reported to the police officials. Okay, so where's the fine line of justice between defamation and what's the fine line of justice between defamation and freedom of speech? So so as a democratic country, freedom of speech is our rights as a citizen. But of course we should follow the law. There are some laws that regulate the freedom of speech, like not using harsh words, and also, like, for example, for demonstrations, it shouldn't be anarchy. Do I answer your question, Mr. Ray? What is your own opinion? So yeah, I think that the term freedom of speech, yes, there must be laws protecting the freedom of speech. This is in order to ensure that we as citizens have because we have citizens have the rights to express our opinions, but the way we express our opinions that must be purely our opinion, and not for several intentions such as political gains, and also to cause separation between people in the society. So yeah, back to the law for the freedom of speech. Mr. Ray, do you mind to elaborate your question? Okay, defamed or not? Is it defamed or not? Defamed or not? Is an up. So basically, both Okay, so being defamed, is it a fact or an opinion? Okay, so like what I said before, there are some circumstances that must be ensured to judge if a statement is it's purely a definition or just an opinion. So I guess that's already the the, the that's the task of the court to evaluate what's is it either an opinion or defamation. The criteria in my own perspective for defamation, for me, to assess a fact or opinion. So yeah, in my own perspective, a fact is something that it must be true, and to ensure the truth of a fact, there are like evidence such as data and also research. But for an opinion, it's not really based on fact. It's more the way we think about a case. The case, yeah, whether it's a false case or a real case. It's just the way we think, the way our point of view.
Any further questions for Kevin? Okay, thank you, Kevin. You may stop presenting.
Thank you all.
Let's move on to our next presenter, who is Ashley Sanjaya. Ashley, please turn on your camera and present your screen. Do we have no Ashley? Looks like there is no Ashley. So we'll move on to our next presenter, who is Gracia Theophany. Go ahead and present your screen and turn on your camera, Grace.
Hi, so can you see my screen?
Very clearly.
Okay, good morning, teachers, students, and friends. Today I'm going to tell you how Hollywood industry viewed is through the movie The World of Suzy Wong that is made in 1960. So with technological advances and an increasing number of streaming services, people started to find pleasure in spending time by watching movies. And since ages ago, Hollywood has been the leading entertainment industry in all over the world that has a large effect on the entertainment industry in general. And Hollywood is also synonymous with glamour, money, and power of the entertainment industry. So The World of Suzy Wong was first released on the 10th November of 1960, and it tells the story of Robert Lomax, as you can see the guy, that came to Hong Kong, and by the time he arrived in Hong Kong, he met a prostitute called Suzy Wong, that girl, yes. And she is a prostitute in a poor district in Hong Kong called Wanjai. And though the movie stars Nancy Kwan, Chinese American actors, and is plotted in Hong Kong, the movie is still distributed by Paramount Pictures and directed by Richard Quinn. So behind the scenes, they are like Hollywoods. So in general, Asian women are always shown as the dragon lady, where they depict them as a inherently scheming, untrustworthy, and backstabbing woman. And it is actually interesting to discuss that the concept of dragon lady in American film existed because of Susie, that was described as a reptilian dragon lady in the newspaper in United States. And later on, the notion of the dragon lady was later developed in Hollywood movies. And second of all, movies in Hollywood will describe Asian woman as a China doll, or an Asian woman that is sexually active, exotic, overly feminine, and eager to please. And generally speaking, most of the movies that represent Asian women through the Hollywood glasses have either one of those traits. And though in reality, not all Asian women have that characteristic that is shown. And with that, it can construct the audience's mind into thinking that all Asian women have those characteristics. Joey Lee, from his journal in 2018, stated that with those characters being presented through movies, Asian women don't have any choice but to act soft and well-behaved or strong and aggressive, and it can completely disregard the complexity of a individual characters. And since observing and analyzing the whole entire movie is not to my capability right now, thus I chose to observe the character of Susie Wong only. And after some observation, I can conclude that Susie Wong fits into the term of a China doll. Throughout the movies, we can see, and she is shown to be submissive and fragile only towards Robert Lomax, the main guy character. For example, in one scene, since Susie wore an American dress style, as you can see in that picture, and Robert got mad because it didn't fit her, and so Robert stripped Susie's dress and threw it away to the street and left Susie with only an undergarment. And after that happened, she was never seen to wear anything else other than her cheongsam, the traditional Chinese dress. And Susie Wong is also shown to is also seen to show her fragileness to Robert Lomax, where Robert is the only person that knows that Susie has a son. And near the end of the movie, there are the iconic line by Susie Wong, and I quote, "I'll follow you until you say Susie go away," end quote, showing that how she's willing to be submissive towards Robert. So there are actually historical events that took place that causes the term China doll and why Asian women are iconic to the prostitutes. That is because the United States law in the 1950s, where the Chinese women cannot come to the US if they don't have any job, and so they chooses to be a prostitute so they could come to the US. And there are also other factors such as finding jobs and how hard it is to find jobs to make a living for them, and yeah, so they need to help with their daily necessities. Yeah, so we should care for this topic because visual media like movies can create a big impact on the audience's perspective towards a certain topic. And as we know, Susie Wong was depicted as a submissive person and was waiting for somebody to come to be her savior and protect her. With the influence of visual media, others might think that Asian women are weak and the other person can do whatever they want to us. Furthermore, stereotypes have the risk of reinforcing ignorance in the absence of critical dialogue. And if Asians are exclusively shown in one way, the public will learn to perceive Asians as this stereotype if they are not exposed to any other more accurate role. So in conclusion, we should be aware of what happened in the entertainment industry since it could affect all of us. And yeah, well, it could affect even stereotyping in the society. However, we also cannot disregard what happened in the past that causes it to happen. Thank you. Is there any question? So Ms. Dior asked, what are the definition of stereotype East-West? Can you describe the relationship between how one view of the other is interpreted through the representation of the main female character? So the definition of stereotype in the East is most in movies mostly are Japanese and Chinese women, and while the West is in movies are mostly a white male that could save the Chinese woman. And the relationship wait, sorry. The general definition of the general definition of the East is basically the Asian part of the country and continent, and the West is the American, yes, and for Mr. A, yes, American in general, and also the Europe. And sorry. And as for Mr. Ray's question, what if it is the opposite, that the stereotype in our society affects the content of the media? What makes you come up to that conclusion? So So the opposite, if there are the opposite in stereotype, well, it could also affect how the media portrays us, and and so we could be a different kind of terms rather than the Dragon Lady or the China dolls. And the conclusion is because I I observe it from the movies and the articles. Can you please elaborate more, Ms. Stewart?
Okay, I'm very concerned about your research. I would say that the kind of endeavor that the humanities is doing is we're trying to explain and understand problems that arise from questions of identity, which is intertwined with how the society is formed, and therefore is creating an imaginary, highlight imaginary relation between identity and reality. So here you're oversimplifying this movie as if this movie represent the whole West. So Robert Lomax represent the whole West. I don't know which West you're referring to. There's no definition in your written report. I've read it. And Susie represent the whole female East population. In itself, that's already a stereotyping. You're accusing this movie of stereotyping, while at the same time you're stereotyping yourself, because you have to tread carefully when you're doing a humanities endeavor, because this is related to lines which is not clearly demarcated, lines which is invisible. So we have to draw our definition. Everything is based on definition. There's no definition in your written report. And I would quote your own writing. This is a quote from your writing. I would say, quote unquote, you accuse Susie as aggressive China doll. And then you continue saying that, however, reality doesn't always play out that way. There are millions of women. Am I included in that, Grace? Anyways, there are millions of women with multiple personalities and characteristics in this world. Being aggressive doesn't always have to be prostitutes or Asian. So my question is, if Susie is played by a white actress, will that be okay with you?
If Susie is a white actress?
You said that being, again, I will quote here, being aggressive doesn't always have to be prostitutes or Asian. Meaning if it was played by, let's say, Audrey Hepburn, someone who is in that timeline. So if Audrey Hepburn plays this character, is it okay with you?
By being aggressive as a woman?
Yeah, because I'm quoting your own written report.
Yeah, I think it's okay for a woman to be aggressive. Like, there's nothing wrong.
I'm
with that.
quoting you. You're stating that being aggressive doesn't also be prostitutes or Asian. What do you mean by that? Can you elaborate?
Yeah, there are other people that can also be prostitutes and aggressive.
So if Audrey Hepburn, which is a white female, portrays this character, that will be okay.
Well, I'm not going to say that it was okay, because I'm not going to deny the fact that the woman has been also stereotyped throughout the histories, but people have different opinion on what's on girls and women.
So again, yeah, I would say the endeavor of the humanities is to explain and understand the invisible thread that intertwines and create the whole fiber of society, things that we take for granted. So we work by definition and we work by clearly stating the category. Problems, it seems like you attempt to talk about identity because you say something about stereotyping in the title. But as I read your written report, there's no clear category because a lot of identity problem arise from the problem of categories or binary opposition, male, female, feminine, masculine, white, colored, what else, east, west. So the problem of identity arises when there's a clear category and there are things that falls between the categories, and this is there's no case. I would say there's no case, and this is really an oversimplification of identity.
Yeah, okay.
So it's not worthy of IPQ then?
I'm not going to say my IPQ is good, but I'm not going to say that it's not worthy. But I think the process, in my conclusions and my research is the one that is bad.
For me, reading your written report, it's like you have a conclusion already even before you started. Because you say stereotyping without defining what stereotyping is. Or if I make it, if I will just ask it a different way. We understand dark because there's light. We understand black because there's white. We understand truth because there's something that's wrong. Yeah, binary opposition. If stereotype is on the one side of if it's on one side, what is on the other side?
Excuse me, I think it's my Wi-Fi.
Yeah, if we have two poles, let's say left and right, we understand left because it's the opposite of right. We understand light because it's the opposite of dark. We understand truth because it's the opposite of wrong. So we understand stereotype because it's the opposite of?
Not of the normal.
Exactly. You don't define it.
Okay.
So you don't have a case. For me, this is like work. You choose a title and then you select things to match your title. And there's a heavy issue, a strong sexuality theme in the movie as well, which you didn't, which is not addressed. So probably also that creates a problem because this movie, I think there's a novel based on it as well. This movie has a strong sexuality theme as well, and other than dealing with the issue of the female representation, you just what I'm saying, it's impossible to explain the identity of the female character, yeah, not a real person. You're treating her like a real person, of the female character in Susie Wong, unless you also discuss that area, because she's a prostitute. She does that for a living. My suggestion in the beginning was like, probably you should select other type of work to better suit your research.
Okay.
I would say, and one last question is that, so why did you choose to you choose the female character as the target of stereotyping? What are the evidence that she's being stereotyped?
Through various articles, journals, papers, and how she fits into the definition of the China doll.
Mm-hmm. And when you're doing this kind of endeavor, you don't fit something into that. This because of this, then this fits. No, you have to have your own saying. I consider her because yada yada yada.
Yes.
So
okay.
I would hope that in the future, if you're interested again in doing such endeavor, you will be more careful in clearly developing your argument through clear definition, clear citation, your citation. I would like to also talk about it. One it says the problem with stereotype is not that they're untrue, but they're incomplete. They make one story become the only story. How does this explain what a stereotype is?
Because it's generalized a race.
And you're talking about something that is innate. We're born with it, right? We're female. We have this color, and other people have their sex and their color. They don't change that. So really, you have to be very careful when you attempt a humanities endeavor. This is an oversimplification. I'm so sorry, Grace. That will be all for me.
That's okay.
Any other questions for Grace? All right, thank you, Grace. You can stop presenting and we'll move on to our next presenter, who is Audrey Harjabrata. Please turn on your camera and present your screen.
Hold on. Can everyone see my slides or my voice? Can you hear my voice?
Yes, we can hear and see.
Is it still on freeze? I'm sorry, my computer is really, really laggy as of currently.
It's currently presenting.
Okay. Oh, sorry. So, good evening, I guess, everyone. And now I'll be talking about my topic about effects of jazz from more specifically the subgenre of swing, classical sonatas, and heavy metal music on the growth of water spinach and bokchoy. So why I chose this topic is mainly curiosity, honestly. And I've also heard the rumors about how classical music actually has a positive effect on plants. And I also have relatives that grow and sell vegetables. So I thought if I did find anything very significant or noteworthy in this experiment, it might help them. What will be discussed in this presentation would be brief section about previous researches I have found, and then I'll be talking about my research question, the hypothesis, and the methodology, and lastly, the brief results and the conclusion. So what I found about previous researches that talk about same or similar topics is that they said that the classical music has an effect on the plants, though they do not use the same plants as I do. Regarding these topics, when I read them, their papers are quite short, honestly, in my opinion, compared to other researches that I found or I have read before in the past about another topic. And there was a lack of explanation in the methodology part, so I was a bit, I did not trust it fully. And I just wanted to try it out on my own. Though I did find more plausible research papers, though they're not talking specifically about the genres, but rather on specific frequencies and intensities of single sound waves on the effects of plants. And there has been evidence that the sound waves do have an effect on the plant's growth. And according to Chi et al.'s 2010 research, they found that certain frequencies and intensities increase the yield and resistivity to pests. Chaudhary et al.'s literature review explained that sound waves are categorized as pressure stimuli, and they act like wind on plants, which wind will have effect on the transpiration and hence also play a role in the plant's growth. So that would be the explanation on possibly why the frequencies or the genres of songs have effect on the plants. So I will be doing a primary research. So there will be a total of 20 plants, which will be divided into 4 groups, and each group would be subjected to different musics, except for the 4th group, which is the control group, meaning they are subjected to no music at all. The first group would be heavy metal, second jazz, and then third would be classical. So in this experiment, there will be 2 types of plants used or observed. The first being the water spinach and the bok choy. The water spinach will be taken a week after germination, and they're subjected to music from the 3rd until 21st of April 2021, and measurements will be taken every 3 days. The bok choy are taken 13 days after germination and would be started to be subjected to the music at 8 May 2021 till the 9th of July 2021. The measurements are taken every week. The medium for this, for growing the plants, would be hydroponic, so the nutrients will be monitored daily, and any unfair distributions of natural light, like for example, if only parts of the plants or parts of the group are subjected to, get direct contact from the sun, then I would block it in a way to avoid any direct contact with it, and so trying to maintain the fairness of the experiment. And also in this experiment, I will be mainly focusing on the height and the number of leaves, including the small buds. Also, the intensities of the songs are kept same or very similar. So the research question here will be, first, does the genre of music affect the growth of plants? The alternate hypothesis is that there is an effect on the plant, so notable, so maybe like around 5 centimeters or 5 and above leaves. The null hypothesis is there are no effects, so very insignificant difference. The second questions, A and B, would be which genre would produce the tallest plants and which genre would produce the least most number of plants among the three genres, of course. The hypothesis is that the classical music will produce the tallest and has the most leaves, while the heavy metal group produces the shortest plants and the least number of leaves. So these are just a brief of my results and the conclusions. So first we'll be starting out with the water spinach. As we can see, the control group apparently has the the most number of leaves, average number of leaves at the end of the experiment. When compared to the heavy metal, you can see that it has the least. There is about a difference of 4.3 leaves, or the decimal points here in leaves means the non-visible leaves. So they might not sprout yet. So we can just count as like 14 leaves and 10 leaves. So there's a difference of 4 leaves, 4 visible leaves. Yeah, and I think that this 4 leaves are a considerable amount, but might not be as significant. For the average height at the end of the experiment, the classical group has the tallest average, and the shortest is the jazz group, and we have a difference of 3. So for a bit more of analyzing it, so we can see that the control group actually has or is the most dense, I guess. So they have the most number of leaves for a short amount of, for like in 2 centimeters compared to the rest. So I would say that the control group is the most ideal because it would save more space and have like more yield within that space. And now for the bok choy. So for the results of the bok choy, you can see it's more uniform. The one that has the most number of leaves would be the control group. Same, this result or conclusion would be the same for the water spinach as well. Though the least is the classical group, surprisingly. Though the difference is very slim, like about 1.6 or about like 2 visible leaves. And for the comparison of the average height at the end of the experiment, again, the classical group has the tallest plants. And it seems that the heavy metal has the shortest. Again, we can kind of say that the results are very similar or quite uniform. And for the density of for the bok choy group, the control group again has the most ideal since they're the most dense. So again, the results are very close, only about a difference of 0.3 from like the control compared to classic. So the conclusion would be that the control group produces the most number of leaves and the densest plants, and the classical group has the tallest leaves. However, the differences are not very significant, especially for the bok choy group. For the water spinach group, it's still quite debatable because that difference of 4 leaves and 4 centimeter in height, it's very close to what is hypothesized at about a difference of 5 would be kind of significant, as stated before. That insignificant difference could be because maybe in my experiment I used the same the same intensities or similar intensities. And according to the previous researches before by Chi et al., that the intensities does have an effect on the plant growth, or it could be because of these limitations for my experiment, which are the because of the uncontrollable and changing weather, the results might be affected in a way, and because I also use a small sample, like about 5. And the experiment was not repeated more than once because if we repeat it, it might help support the conclusion. And also, the one that might affect the most also is the environment, which are also not controlled. What I learned from doing this IPQ and the experiments is that I learned to think and plan a bit ahead, especially for the experiment. Though I still cannot keep everything controlled because of the lack of facilities. And I learned to be a bit more careful in taking care of the plants and the experiment and to be more committed to it despite how much work it could be. What I could improve is to plan more, especially on writing the essay, better stress management and conditions of the experiment itself. Like for example, if I were to do this experiment again in the near future, like since I'm also taking biotechnology for a university, if I do have access to a lab and to the facilities and I were to do something similar, then maybe I could improve my results in my experiment as well as using more samples if I do have a team instead of doing it on my own. So these are the resources mentioned in this experiment. Thank you for listening thus far. Any questions? Okay, Ms. Susan asked, based on your finding, is it justified to say that those musics are simply noise pollution for the plant's growth? I wouldn't say it's noise pollution. Maybe for like the heavy metal, it could be said to be noise pollution because for both results, we can see a negative influence on the heavy metal group as well as backed up with other researches. They did say that the heavy metal produces usually below the control. For the classical, however, most researchers and mine would say that they do produce the tallest. So I wouldn't say exactly it's noise pollution. Though maybe at like a certain intensity where it's very high, using very high intensity, it might actually start to damage the plant. Just my hypothesis though. It might not be proven yet by any test. Mr. Ryan asks, boleh tahu lebih detail judul lagu yang di setiap genre? I have the table of the songs in my paper, but for the heavy metal, I think I mostly used, hold on, let me check, I kind of forgot. For my research paper, I think I mostly used songs from Iron Maiden, Black Sabbath, Judas Priest, Dio, Ozzy Osbourne, and Metallica. For the swing, I used Benny Goodman, Count Basie's, Glenn Miller, Keith Ellington, Artie Shaw, and Cat Calloway. And for the sonata, mainly Franz Joseph Haydn, and Ludwig van Beethoven. Mr. Ray asked, you may want to include the standard deviation to show the data varieties. To analyze deeper, you can use statistics, namely the p-value, comparing it to the A standard. Thank you, Mr. Ray, for the input. For the standard deviation, I did calculate it, though I would limit the standard deviation maximum to about like 3, because, well, I did use a very small sample, and it's biology, so it has to do a bit with the DNA, so that might be an effect. But mainly, it's usually about 2 or less. Ms. Susan asked again, yes, there are differences, but not significant. I say those music are just noise pollution. What do you think? You can say that, I guess. If that's what you think, yes. Because again, for those who are actually doing this, let's say you want to grow your own plants at home and you want to turn on the song and you think it's annoying, then sure, I guess you can count that as noise pollution, and it wouldn't really do much effect on the plants anyways, right? So again, they don't really have that much. You don't really... One more thing, I can see that what you so-called as conclusion, but what is your inference actually? What do you mean by my inference? Can you elaborate that a bit more?
The one that you say, this conclusion, is just something that everyone can see based on the representation of the data. It's as if you're just describing the data instead of giving conclusion. So yeah, go back to my question again. After doing all this experiment, what is your inference? Something that we cannot see clearly through the representation of the data.
I would say that the music has no effect. It, like what you said, it could just be noise pollution though. Just my inference. I don't have like a very clear backup on it. But if you're to say that I would infer it, then yes, I could say that it's noise pollution. Or it's not. It's like you invest your time, but it doesn't give you anything. So it's a waste, a huge waste.
So regardless whatever the type or the genre of the music is, it will be better just leave it without any music. Is that correct?
Yes, but there are limitations to that as well, because where my experiment was taken, it's very near to the forest. So there are a lot of natural noises that might promote their growth, because you're giving them the natural condition they're supposed to grow in. But let's say you're doing it like in the town, then maybe that should be a bit more considered.
Exactly. I believe the nature sound will promote growth of the plants even more than just music. Thank you, Audrey.
Thank you, Ms. Susan. Mr. Ray asked again, can you conclude also that music does not affect your plant growth? Or perhaps sound is not affecting growth? Sound in itself, based on others' research, shows that yes, there is an effect on sounds. But for me, I think for music, since it's like a lot of different sounds, then I think that it's not that much of an effect. But based on my research alone, I say no, it doesn't, or not significantly. And then an echoic chamber. Yes, that would be a much more controlled environment. Ms. Marcella asked, do you measure the intensity of music compared to the natural sounds of the environment? No, that would also be a limitation, which may also affect the results actually, because again, the natural noises, they're not very constant either. But I think I've tried to, like in when the natural noises are there. Um, I forgot. I think it should be categorized as about in the same level. So I think it should be okay. Okay, thank you. Any more questions?
I had a question about the volume of the music. How did you decide at what volume to play the music?
Okay, so that one would be affected by the intensity. So I mainly focus on keeping the intensity similar, right? So the volumes may have varied. So I played it. I played the song before I did the experiment, and I would adjust the volume later on so they would be similar at the end. Does that kind of answer your question?
So they were the same volume or different volume?
Different volume, but same intensities.
And how did you measure intensity?
I used like an app to measure it.
Oh, okay.
So they would just give me the average early. I just have to play the song. They gave me the average.
I see. Thank you. Any other questions for Audrey?
Ma'am Lily asks, how many of plants or bok choy sample did you use in your experiment? 5 per group. Yeah, about 5 per group. Yeah, I have to admit, it is a small sample. Any more questions?
How much does one bok choy plant cost?
In the market, or
What you bought?
that's going to be quite tricky because I bought like a pack of seeds. I kind of forgot how much they cost, but inside was like a lot of seeds, and I've only used like about 100. So it's quite hard to tell, but probably a really small amount, less than maybe 1,000 rupiah, less than that.
I see. So you were limited more by maybe space rather than the actual price?
Yeah, the space. I don't have much space.
And the care involved?
Yeah, since it's hydroponic, I don't have the materials as well, so I have to kind of find them. And yeah, the care for the hydroponic plants.
Okay.
Any pictures of your experiments? I do actually. I do have it. Do you want me to show you? Let me find them. Do you want the photos like at the end of the experiment? Because I have a lot of photos. I think I have about 100 or 200 plus for every check. But the results only. Okay, hold on. I'll just present my screen then. Just hold on. Let me find them. Okay. Oh. There might be some technical difficulties. This is for the heavy metal group. Can you see it?
We can see it.
Yeah, that would be a result for the book two. This is also. Sorry, it might take a while. I have to airdrop one by one. Oh, that's where the oh, that's a lot of pictures.
Maybe just show one or two.
Yes, I guess that's the heavy metal one, the tallest group, right? I'll just put in the control then. Oh no, here, I found the jazz one. Excuse me. Why is it not showing? That would be the jazz one. No, I'm just gonna show the Forest Finch one then, I guess. Oh, where is it? Sorry, it's taking quite some time. Need to find the latest one, I guess. Group photo.
I think it's okay for now. Maybe if Miss Lily wants to see you later, you can show her later, since we kind of need to get going. For future reference, pictures of your experiment is definitely something that you could and maybe would want to add in your presentation itself.
Yes. I didn't, it's not in the paper though. I thought it would be too much to add.
Okay, any further questions for Audrey? Alrighty, thank you very much, Audrey. You may stop presenting, and we'll go on to our next presenter, Finn Lambry. Go ahead and turn on your camera and share your screen.
The question.
Are you having some difficulties, Finn? Are you there, Finn? All right, looks like Finn is having some difficulties, so maybe we'll come back to him later. For now, we'll move on to our next presenter. That is Nathaniel Abimanyu. Please present your screen and turn on your camera.
Okay, wait, sir.
Hello.
Finn, you're back.
Yes, I'm back. I'm so sorry for the technical problem.
We're going to have Nathaniel go first, okay? And then you'll go after Nathaniel, all right?
Okay, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, teachers and friends, and also parents. Now I'm going to present about psychological effect of cannabis or marijuana towards human. What is cannabis? Cannabis, also known as marijuana, among other name, is a psychoactive drug from the cannabis plant. Strains or types of cannabis. Super Silver Haze. Super Silver Haze is a pure sativa type haze crossed with Skunk Number 1 and Northern Lights. Super Silver Haze is one of the most popular types in cannabis genetic and is definitely people's favorite. The buds of Super Silver Haze have a very pungent smell with a hint of spice that creates a very strong effect, or we usually call it a high. Basically, this hybrid type of cannabis is the spearhead of the haze hybrid, which is specifically designed for the satisfaction of farmers and consumers. Next up is AK-47. Stoneness. The taste is sweet and savory, but not harsh. The AK-47 is very easy to grow and is still part of the sativa family. The third one is Chocolate. Chocolate strain has a sweet chocolatey taste that provides a sense of euphoria and an energetic buzz that lasts for hours. Besides Chocolate, which has fantastic smoke, this type is very easy to grow. Chocolate is a strain of genetic DNA that has won several cannabis strain competition awards in the past. Chemical contents of cannabis. CBD. Cannabidiol, or which we usually call it CBD, is a cannabis compound that is not psychoactive and has therapeutic benefits for health. Usually, CBD are used to treat cancer or epilepsy, to ease the symptoms for epilepsy, and for cancer is to heal the cancer. Functions of CBD. Based on research at University of Kentucky, brain damage due to acute alcoholism can be repaired by CBD and can also reduce nerve damage by 48.8%. Also, many claim that marijuana eases their anxiety while others say the opposite. This is because the CBD content in each cannabis plant is different. THC, tetrahydrocannabinol, or we call it THC, is the main psychoactive compound in cannabis that produces the high sensation. How THC works. Certain cells in the brain called neurons play a role in decision making. THC can mimic or block neurotransmitter in a way that interferes with their normal activities. The THC in medical marijuana binds to cannabinoid receptors throughout the body and sends a message of pleasant relaxation and euphoria to the brain. There are several groups of cannabinoid receptors concentrated in various places throughout the brain. The difference between THC and CBD. CBD and THC can be effective in treating chronic diseases when used together. THC is the reason people take marijuana since it gives off the high effect. Also, most of the time people try to remove the CBD from the marijuana so they can feel the highness effect more. Sorry. Yeah, CBD are often removed from the marijuana so people can feel the effect more and do from several sources. This can harm the users since the dose of THC can affect brain damage. Effects of THC. Physiological effect of THC. Physiology is a study of normal function of living organisms and their parts. Marijuana affects brain development. Cannabis can reduce thinking, memory, and learning functions and affect the brain in establishing connections between areas necessary for this function. The effects of marijuana on this ability can be long-lasting or even permanent. Psychological effects of THC. Psychological effects of THC is like most of drugs, depends on the size of dose. Cannabis smokers feel it makes them feel relaxed and friendly. Large doses have reported to bring about rapid shift in emotion, dull attention, fragment thoughts to diminish memory, and gives the sense that with respondents. Time and place of research. The interviews will be conducted in in-person interview and also Zoom meetings since that marijuana has a more positive impact than negative impact on the physical and psychological health of its users. theoretically, the respondents stated that the experience of consuming marijuana was very personal and different for each person. Some feel uncomfortable, but some are actually comfortable with the sensation. Marijuana also brings happy or sad experiences that are different for each individual. Respondent A have experience dealing with marijuana users from their personal environment. From the result of respondent A observation, respondent A stated that marijuana users became more intense with themselves. The physical effects cannot be ascertained by respondent A. However, excessive use will certainly have an impact on the body just like any additive. Respondent C. Respondent C is a man, 26 years old, lives in Baltimore, and works as an entrepreneur. From the interview, the author found that when using marijuana, respondent C experienced psychological discomfort such as paranoia and not physical discomfort. Respondent C also stated that marijuana made them more creative and relaxed. Marijuana consumption also has the effect of increasing feelings of sadness and joy for respondent C. When consuming marijuana in a positive physical and psychological condition and with close friends whom the respondent trusts and is in a safe place, the respondent enjoys its euphoric effect. Sorry. But on the contrary, in negative physical and psychological conditions, consuming marijuana actually adds to sadness and anxiety. Respondent D. Respondent D is a man, 25 years old. He lives in Atlanta and works as a musician. From the interview, I found that when using marijuana, respondent D experienced paranoia not because of the direct effects of marijuana, but because of the legality of using marijuana. Since at that time, in that state, it's not yet legal. Respondent D also stated that marijuana made them more creative, focused, think more deeply, and imaginatively. Marijuana consumption also brings a feeling of enlargement effect for respondent D. Therefore, respondent D choose not to consume it in a situation of negative feelings. Respondent D has long experience with marijuana and have many relatives who consume it also. Respondent E is a man, 50 years old. He lives in Bandung and owns restaurants. And he is a ex-user. He is clean for 20 years. From the interview, I found that when using marijuana, respondent E feels relaxed, euphoric, and smarter. He used to use marijuana before going to classes in his university, or before the lessons or before the test. Based on his experience, he is one of the best in class and always getting A in grades. But due to excessive use of marijuana, it affects larger and larger. He can smoke up to 3 until 5 times a day, which is in the morning, afternoon, evening, and night. According He can answer SI questions very easily, and usually be conducted that the theory is that marijuana can be bad for your health as
You disconnected for a sec there, Nathaniel?
Yeah, I'm sorry. My conclusion is I suggest that marijuana can be used for medical purposes. Marijuana for medical purposes can help patients with chronic health diseases such as cancer and epilepsy. Marijuana can also help people that are suffering mental health problems such as depression, anxiety, since marijuana can help them feel more relaxed. For recreational purposes, it can be used but not in excessive amounts, and the users are also has a minimum age of 21, since our brain develop maximal until 21-year-old. In conclusion, the use of marijuana for medical purposes has very many positive effects, but for recreational, there are very many negative effects. Thank you.
Questions for Nathaniel? I have a question about these interviews. It seemed like you interviewed a lot of people from overseas.
Yeah.
How did you get in contact with these people?
There are actually my friends. I can say that because I make music and I make music with them. Yeah, we know each other from Instagram.
And are they experts in some way in the subject of weed? Why did you choose these specific people?
Because they are long-time users, and I want to know what's their experience when they're using it, and they use it frequently.
And what was your actual research question?
My research question is how cannabis can affect human psychologically. From Mr. Marcus, what is your hypothesis? My hypothesis is I assume that marijuana has the potential for physical and psychological health. So I have hypothesized that marijuana has more positive impact than negative impact on the physical and psychological health of its users.
There's a question from Mr. Marcus in the chat box.
I test that hypothesis by I can
Are you having some internet trouble?
yeah, it keeps on reconnecting, sir.
Can you see the questions in the chat, or is it blank again?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. You can start with Mr. Ray's question.
Mr. Ray, yeah, how do your conclusions support your working title? It Can we move on to the next question? To Mr. Marcus.
Go ahead.
Okay. How do I test that? From my secondary research, there are many cases of patients that are treated using CBD. Yeah, I need data to support that.
Any other questions for Nathaniel? One from Miss Susan.
Do you support the legalization of cannabis plantation based on the finding of your research? I support, but not at this time for Indonesia, because Indonesians are not ready for the legalization of cannabis plantation. Why? Because there are still many people that are think that marijuana is still a taboo or haram, and Indonesians are mentally not ready because people can use it excessively and irresponsibly. Mr. Marcus, so you quote other work and research and from hello, I'm sorry, I disconnected again.
Okay, I think we're going to move on. Thank you for, oh wait, another question from Mr. Ray.
Yeah, there is in my research paper. The brain will continue to develop from the prenatal period through childhood and adolescence until the age of about 21 years. I got it from a website called from the National Library of Medicine. From that website, the author's name is Nora. Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Nathaniel. You can turn off your camera and stop presenting. Now we'll go back to the previous presenter. So that is Finn Lambry. If you could turn on your camera and present your screen, please.
Okay. Is it visible now?
Looks good. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, teachers, fellow students, and respective guests. Now, I'll be presenting about Ethereum mining, specifically on the optimization of GPU settings in Ethereum mining and evaluating the impact of this optimization towards profitability, break-even analysis, and return on investment. So why I choose this topic is because of my high interest in cryptocurrency, which started at the mid of 2020. And secondly is helping maximizing the asset own. When I was introduced to cryptocurrency mining, the result of my mining, the profit of my mining isn't that high yet. So I wanted to make some optimization to the mining rig so it can gain higher profit. And the relevance of the study is that because this cryptocurrency is something new to the world, and I guess that many people are new to this mining processes, and this can be a good source of income in the future. So to start things off, let's talk briefly about Ethereum. Ethereum is a distributed blockchain-based platform that runs smart contracts. And a smart contract is the terms of agreements between a buyer and seller being directly written into lines of code, and it is a self-executing contract. Remember, Ethereum is a decentralized blockchain, meaning that decision-making and the one that controls the system is not only a centralized entity, such as an individual, an organization, or a group, but it is controlled by a distributed network. Ethereum has Ether as its native cryptocurrency and eFlash as its proof-of-work algorithm. As heard from the previous slide, Ethereum is closely connected to proof-of-work. So proof-of-work is an underlying algorithm that sets the difficulty and rules for the miners to do mining. So basically, Ethereum is a blockchain in which blockchain is when blocks are linked together cryptographically. Each block in the Ethereum blockchain contains three components, which is the block header, a set of transactions, and some reference link to the previous block. This block header includes a hash value of the previous block, a timestamp, and a nonce. The miner worked to add this block to the Ethereum blockchain, but each block needs to be valid. Therefore, miners try to validate this block by finding the correct nonce value of each block. So to conclude things off, miners need to find the nonce value of the block in order to validate the block and add the block to the Ethereum blockchain. So why do people want to be miners? The main reason of why people want to be miners is because miners get financial rewards for contributing their computational power to do computation and validate blocks. So my aim and research question for this project is to find the optimized GPU setting, finding the difference in profitability when optimized and before it's optimized and after it's optimized. And thirdly is analyzing the impact of these optimizations. These are my hypotheses, in which the first hypothesis is that increasing the memory clock of the GPU will have a positive correlation towards the hash rate of Ethereum mining. The second hypothesis being increasing the memory clock and decreasing the power consumption will give a positive correlation towards the profitability of the mining rig. And thirdly is the optimization of this GPU will decrease the time needed to reach the break-even point and increase the return of investment value. So for the methodology, first is building the mining rig. For this research, I use 6 RTX 3070 GPU, in which it is combined with other basic computer components such as motherboard, power supply, memory card, RAM, and etc. Secondly, the mining processes and GPU optimization. For this research, the mining processes will run on Windows Windows as its operating system and uses an application called NiceHash as the mining program. And for the GPU optimization, another application is used called named an MSI Afterburner. Thirdly is the profitability calculation. This will be done when after the optimization and gaining the hash rate of each rate before and after the optimization, and it will be put into a profitability calculator using a website named cryptocompare.com. And fourthly is analyzing the impact of GPU optimization by doing break-even analysis and return on investment calculation of the mining rig. So for the optimization method, the first optimization method is power limiting. Stock GPU settings comes in with 100% GPU power limit, in which it is usually not more than usual. Therefore, by power limiting, it can help reduce the power consumption of the GPU, which will lead then to decreasing the cost of the GPU, the cost of the operating cost, and also reduce the GPU temperature. Secondly is core underclocking. When experimenting with my GPU, increasing the core clock does not increase and give a significant increase in the hash rate of the GPU. Therefore, I think it is not really impactful, so it is better to be underclocked so that it can reduce the temperature and also reduce the power required for the GPU to run. And lastly is memory overclocking. Since eFlash is a memory hard proof of work algorithm, memory clock is important for the mining processes. Therefore, when I experiment and increase the memory clock of the GPU, it increases the hash rate. These are the settings before the optimization, and it is seen that the power limit is 100%, in which it results in 240 watts. The base core clock speed is 1500, and it is not changed. And the base memory clock speed is 6800, and which is not changed. The temperature of the GPU results in 58 degrees Celsius, and the hash rate is 52.0 mega hash per second. After optimizing, we lower down the power limit into 52%, in which the power consumption becomes 124 watts. And the core clock speed settings is set to negative 200 megahertz, in which the total core clock speed becomes 1300 megahertz. And the memory clock speed setting is 1100 megahertz, in which it increases from 6800 to 7900 megahertz. The temperature of the GPU decreases to 52 degrees Celsius, and the hash rate of the GPU increases to 60 mega hash per second. After gaining the hash rate, we go to cryptocompare.com and use this mining calculator. We input the hashing power and power consumption, and this calculator will give out the profitability per day, per week, per month, and per year. It is seen that before the optimization, the mining rig only per GPU only gained $3.79 daily, and after the optimization, the mining rig increases its profitability per day into $4.74 daily. And this is because of higher hash rate and lower power consumption. After gaining the profit from that mining calculator, we will input it into a break-even analysis, in which the formula for break-even analysis is fixed cost divided by the profit per rig of the rig per day. And before the optimization, it will reach break-even point at around 252 days, whilst after the optimization, it will reach the break-even point sooner, in which it is 202 days. It is 50 days faster, and it is roughly 20% faster than the stock settings. And after break-even analysis, I also put the values of profit into the return on investment values, in which the formula is the profit over the fixed cost. And it is seen that before and after, the projected return on investment values increases from before and to the after optimization. And it increases roughly 0.09 per 3 months. So the conclusion is that the first hypothesis is supported because we can see that when increasing the memory clock, the hash rate increases from 52 megahash into 60 megahash. The second hypothesis is also supported because we can see that there's a difference in around $1 in profitability per GPU per day. And the third hypothesis is also supported because we can see that the break-even point is 50 days faster and the return on investment value also increases. And to conclude things off, I think that optimizing GPU in cryptocurrency mining is an important step for miners. However, there are some limitations to my research paper in which there are external factors that might limit this research, such as the fluctuation of Ethereum prices, mining difficulties, and other technical factors that might alter the mining processes. Hence, this paper might be able to give a general image on the result of optimization, but values and numbers might differ from time to time. The result for break-even point and return on investment are also only a projection from the current result, which means that the calculations are accurate when assuming that the Ethereum prices, mining difficulties, and some other factors that might alter the mining processes remains constant as per I do this experiment. For the reflection, what I learned is that I learned to be more organized, and this is my first time making a research paper, and I learned how to make the literature review, methodology, result, discussion, and conclusion, and also improve my researching skills. What I could have improved is time management and make a more precise plan. Thank you.
Questions for Finn?
I use ETH hash rate from the mining pool of T-Rex miner, and it is shown in like computer the display of the hash rate that is given from each GPU.
Finn, why did you choose Ethereum as opposed to any other type of cryptocurrency?
Because Ethereum is currently the most leading profitable mineable coin to mine. So it's based on some website, it is the most profitable currently.
There's a follow-up question about Mr. Ray's last question.
Because the number of, I don't think I gained the results of number of shares. So yeah, I only put in computational work and it gives me a hash rate. For my conclusion, it is based on a RTX 3070 GPU but it also applies to other GPU in which that overclocking for Ethereum is using memory clock, and it will increase the profit of the mining processes. Since I also have another rig that uses GTX 1070, and it also applies to that GPU in which the settings applies and the profitability increases, and the break-even point is also less. Yes, the new GPU is said to be released to have lower hash rate because NVIDIA claimed that its main customer is for the gaming uh, gaming community, and I think they released two different GPU in which one is for mining and one is for gaming. However, I think for now it is still the same, and if for the profitability is the same or even less, the hash rate is even less, I think.
Any further questions for Finn? Maybe from any fellow miners?
Hello, Finn.
Yes.
Maybe I want to ask a question. Finn, do you think, have you tried to calculate about how many GPU that should be invested for each for a rig, for one rig, do you think?
For one rig,
do
there's
you have
no
already
limit.
calculated the best GPU that should be invested for one rig?
For the rig, I think there's no number of GPU, but it is said that the optimum number of GPU is around 6 until 8, because I guess that we can utilize the slots of PCIe motherboards in which it can reach until 12 GPU, and also the power supplies of the rig. So the cost of the power supplies and the motherboard is divided into more GPUs.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So the
Finn.
more the better, I think. Yeah.
Further questions for Finn? One from Mr. Marcus in the chat.
Diversifying my coin. For this mining, it's currently I'm doing Ethereum mining because it's still the most profitable until this day. But for investing, like in NiceHash, its program is to mine Ethereum, but it is converted directly into Bitcoin. For the mining settings for the mining, I chose these settings because when I experimented, that increasing the I do not have the data for the trials, but when I experimented by increasing the core clock of the GPU, it does not really increase much. And increasing the memory clock even further causes technical problems like crashes, and yeah, it sometimes shut down by itself. I haven't made that graph yet, sir. Currently, I guess I will, in further research, need to input that graph in. Am I sure my result is the most optimum? For my GPU, I think that's the most optimum because, as said before, decreasing and increasing the core clock doesn't matter really much, and increasing the memory clock even more will causes crashes, and also for the power limiting, if it's decreased more, it also occur crashes more often. How about the GPU of the same type but different manufacturer? It is apparently the same because for the mining rig itself, the RTX 3070, there are GPUs from Asus, MSI, and also Asus and MSI, and it is apparently similar, very very similar in itself.
Any further questions for Finn?
And Finn, the last question, Finn, from me. Have you already estimate about the lifespan of your GPU using your optimized setting when you optimize your setting?
Not yet, sir, because I just started recently, and as far as now, it's still working.
But so, for example, maybe if your lifespan of your GPU is like less than 1 year, I believe you haven't reached your break-even point, right?
Already, sir.
Already
at around 6 until 8 months.
Sorry, how many days that you said you will reach your BEP?
250 and 200.
250 days.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, thank you very much, Finn. You may stop presenting and turn off your camera. Now we go to our next presenter, Juan Enrico. Please turn on your camera and present your screen.
Is it? Can you see it? Can you hear me?
We can see it. We can hear you.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. This is my presentation. The topic is the effects of procrastination on a high school student's IPQ presentation activity, aka me, the prize. So, what happens when someone procrastinates on a work? Obviously, work gets delayed and eventually it won't finish on time. But wait, there's more. So, why did I choose this topic? There isn't much to say other than the fact that the project was meant to be made a long time ago, along the time span of roughly a year before the deadline. So this research is mainly serves as a self-study for future references. And the second one is that I had a solid plan and some research done, but discontinued, which inspired me to do this current research topic. So the introduction to my topic would be, generally, procrastination can be defined as the action of postponing certain activities. However, upon further examination, which I'll explain in a little bit, it seems to closely resemble a relationship between stress and pressure. So I did a little bit of observation or research, if you could call it, on myself. Basically, the information I observed will be divided into two parts, which are the emotional or psychological aspect and the physical aspect, which can be something that I did, like physically, an activity that I did. So the first one is to observe myself. So I will go about my day and noting down my thoughts and activities at the same time. I will present it later. It's basically done from Monday to Friday, but will be divided into two parts, like I said before. Second one will be a schedule made from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. from Monday to Friday, because it is the time which I have no particular activities to carry out. Third one will be dividing the two parts into emotional and physical. And lastly, labeling the moments where I planned on doing it and I got diverted from the activity will be P and D. These are the results of the note. I would like to note down that on the physical aspect, when I write P, it means that I did carry out, but okay, we'll go over that later. So on Monday, it's basically from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Was planned on doing it, but well, physically it was diverted. Tuesday from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. is also diverted from, psychologically and physically. On Wednesday, from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. was planned on doing it and actually did it. However, on 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. got diverted. Same goes for the other side. On Thursday, 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. I got diverted, and same goes for Friday on both sides. So the conclusion that I came to was that it became apparent that in some cases the initial intent may not match up with the activities that are carried out. Within a week, on some days, the responsibility to complete the work may not align with the activity that is carried out. It shows that just having the intention of doing the activity may not actually carry out the activity. And in summary, there is a so-called panic function, which I named it myself, that exists to crack under pressure and carry out the activity, however difficult it is, and complete it regardless of any desire to divert from the activity, such as a few hours ago. There is a clear relationship there's a clear relationship between pressure and procrastination, as it seemed to be the trigger to carry out the activity as fast as possible. Finally, reflection. It became very clear that an incident such as this is very undesirable in every way possible, despite realizing the existence of a function that may or may not serve as something beneficial. What can I improve for this presentation? Well, first of all, I can make the observation more scientific, maybe use better units to for the results of the notes. Second, carry out more tests to make it reliable. And finally, study further into the topic. And these are the sources. Thank you for watching and listening.
Questions for Juan?
Thank you, Ms. Marcella. Would you classify procrastination as psychological disorder, thus requiring professional help? I think, in my opinion, to a certain degree, maybe it does require, but some people can experience it differently and they can deal with it differently. Maybe some people can carry out the activities regardless of their procrastination tendencies. Like they can go through their lives like that without any help, but some may need really need help, which I think depends on the person if they do seek out help or professionals see it as something severe. That makes sense. Can be helped with weed. Well, I wouldn't have any experience with that, but maybe connecting with Nathaniel Kevin's presentation, maybe it can help relax the brain and go through the process without stress or pressure from the deadline. Because again, some people may see procrastination in a different light. So yeah. As for AK-47, I think that's quite costly, but very quick. So is this a self-experiment? Yes, it is. Methodology, or I believe I did explain the method before. This one. Citation is at the end, or is that not what you're referring to? If you're being told that weed will help your procrastination, will you do the experiment? Will this get me in trouble? But I I think I will try it, but we'll see. How does the panic attack help in overcoming procrastination? Does the amount of pressure correlate to the lessening of procrastination? I don't. Yeah, I think that the panic attack sometimes can sort of give that drive to make that certain work, like regardless of anything around you. And so the amount of pressure, I think that it's something like a double-edged blade. Like on the last moment, maybe it can help give that motivation, but it also can cause more. I think it also depends on the people, right? So some may see it as a drive to work, but some also see it as something very overwhelming, which can go back to further doing procrastination. It's something like a loop, I guess. Oh. Wait. Said that procrastination related with perfectionists and usually happen to firstborn. What do you think about this? I think that Dr. Kevin Lehman may have a good point because I'm not sure, but he seems someone very knowledgeable. When you procrastinate, how do you choose which one activity to procrastinate and which one do you do right away? So personally speaking, I guess, I see which one is closer to the deadline. And if it's on the same deadline, then I'll see which one can be done first. But that's personally speaking, right? Moments when you're diverted from IPQ, do you take notes and specify the distractions? Is it because someone else isn't always the same distractions? Oh, unfortunately, I did not note down specifically what distracts me, but I do have like vague memories that it's something related like around my room usually, or I have a strange habit of having to walk around the room to think. So sometimes it also gives back to that diversion. Whoa, hold on. With regards to deadlines, I think that it can, like I said again, it can help for some people. Like it may motivate them or possibly scare them into doing the work, but it's also like very, I guess, not beneficial for that person because like maybe because of him he'll drag down his or her classmates into doing the same thing as him, so her or her, which can bring like unnecessary pressure to that person. But that's just my opinion.
There's a question from Ms. Susan.
Oh, what wisdom will you offer to those who love to procrastinate? As for wisdom, I don't think I'm qualified for that, but I will say that I guess you'll have to be aware of the consequences and just go through with the consequence, I guess. Thank you for suggestion. No, please, no. Okay. Did you ever procrastinate your breathing? Well, I guess when you realize that you're breathing, it may happen maybe. So just give in to the consequences. What else can we do, right? So yeah, no. Since this is self-experiment and subjective individual experience to justify. Well, I wouldn't say justify it. I think it just sort of explains my experience, like while also making it as a presentation. I mean, yeah. No, I don't think I am an expert in it as well. So yeah, I don't have a degree in it as well.
Any further questions for Juan? Okay, thank you, Juan. You may turn off your camera and stop presenting. Moving on to somebody we skipped earlier. Could be our last presenter, Christopher Kurniawan. If you could present your screen and turn on your camera. Christopher, if you read Mr. Ray's comment in the chat box, please report anything that you have done in the past year. Could you show us any evidence at all? Could you please turn on your camera, Christopher Kurniawan? Please turn on your camera. The principal has asked you to present something. Could you please turn on your camera and tell us something about your work?
Hello. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not done with anything.
Could you explain to us maybe what happened?
So basically, like I chose my topic at first, and I'm just stuck. I don't know what to continue, and I procrastinate a lot. So this is what happened. My plan was, my topic at first was trying to differentiate like the sports business, the sports, and make it into a business. But I don't know what to continue, and yeah.
Why didn't you go to any supervisor or teacher for help?
I asked Mr. UD once, but I'm still confused on what to change on my topic. So I decided to just stay silent and yeah, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, unfortunately, that ends on kind of a sour note, but congratulations to all of those who completed their IPQ project. And thank you all for presenting today. And that concludes our IPQ general presentation for 2021. Is there anything you would like to add, Mr. Ray?
Yeah, last but not least, I would like to congratulate all the students who have done their hard work doing the IPQ. I know it's not easy, and I know it's very challenging for most of you. I hope that you have learned something during the process, and I do hope that this experience will be very useful for you in your later education stages. Yeah, thank you for all the supervisors who have done the great work in assisting the students with their work, and also in terms of the time spent. It was I know that it was not easy also for the teachers because of all the hard work and because of the time involved. And also I would like to thank all the other teachers, the technical support teachers who have assisted students as well in their process of writing and doing the independent project qualifications. Yeah. And yeah, I think that's all for me, and see you again later next year with the new batch of IPQ students, and hopefully we can have better research, and we can also have a better experience next time. Okay, wishing you all good afternoon, good evening, and happy weekend. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.